Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex,
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the pre-show yung sa mga bagong tuned in. This is the pre-show for the Valorant tournament, and mamaya-maya pa yan. We'll showcase to you some of the, of course, yung mga teams na maglalaro sa atin today, and a bit of updates as well. So Jarvis, dude, good afternoon ulit.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So long time no see, guys. Actually, I'm very happy sa mga nag-support sa atin throughout 2 months kasi ito na yung last leg natin. But not the last day for the GeForce Esports Harbinger Tournament Series. Pero yeah, it's the last leg. Thank you so much sa mga teams na sumali. Especially yung mga mabibigat na teams na kahit small tournament lang to, masali pa rin kayo. So yun. Yun lang naman. Mga ano.
Ano ba yung let's na agad para dun sa mga viewers natin. Wait, sorry, naririnig nyo ba yung may nagpupukpok kasi dito sa
Yes.
Amin. Naririnig yung
Rinig.
Okay, sorry but anyway, so masyadong malakas talaga. So I was saying as I was saying yon, para sa ating hindi natin makita yung comments natin, but let's check out direct pa i-show natin kung sino yung mga teams na maglalabo-labo para sa ating leg this week. Of course, kasama natin ang Horus, Gigabyte Horus, and we will have someone. Wala pa. Yes. we have someone from Team Oros this afternoon to let us know a bit of some updates about kung ano yung pinakabagong offerings from Oros. So, yeah, here's Clark. Yo, Clark. Yo, good afternoon.
Yan, good afternoon, Sir Clark.
Yep, good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
And yeah, Clark, you have some updates from Team Oros para sa mga viewers ng tourney natin this afternoon.
Yes, syempre new year, syempre new updates. So, ano bang gusto niyo makita ngayon?
Start tayo dito sa ating teams, all right? Before we go into yung mga pinakabagong, technology and cards and all of that na available from Oros. Yeah. Andito na yung mga teams sa screen natin. Magbago ba tayo ng
Yes, nagbago na. Bumalik tayo dun sa ads.
okay. Well, sige. Well, the director is sorting it out. Clark!
Yes,
this
sir.
afternoon. Yeah, ano yung what you call it? Di ba nag-CES recently,
Yes.
2022? Anong bago sa Gigabyte Oros team na offerings para sa mga gamers and PC lovers natin?
Syempre, nandyan yung bagong release ng mga laptops, Okay. Wait, sa Teams daw.
Yes. Bumalik tayo sa team, sir. So, again, this is the GeForce Harbinger Tournament Series. This is 32 teams nang nakikita nyo sa screen nyo ngayon. May mga recurring teams dyan. Andyan yung NCG Junior. I think this one's Team B ng Nikagwe. Yung dating Team Kadiliman. 1 to 3 years na perfect attendance, I think. So, lahat ng legs natin sumasali sila. Outplay, yung both teams nila nandyan. Yung Dauntless, both teams is here. One Accord. Easy Reborn Esports, wala ata sila last week. Pero nandito ulit sila this week. Then, sumali si Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. Yung team nila Fulcrum Esports. So, good luck sa inyo, guys. I think, bagong gawa ulit yung team. So, may mga new players sila. So, looking forward to their performance today. So, for you, Sir Hero, do you have any Fearless 4 natin agad for tomorrow? Sino ba yung mga lakas natin na teams na nakikita mo ngayon?
Yeah, as the tradition is na sinimulan ni Sir Fluffy. Shout out, Sir Fluffy will be with him tomorrow. By the way, again, para nanonood siya lagi nito siya yung ating analyst. Yeah, fearless prediction for tomorrow, CSS Black. I like their performance. Coup de Gras dahil I like the name. Ano pa to? Rising Stars. And, of course, Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. Of course. Mating na yan. Of course.
Kasi,
So,
I
good luck.
think, nasa Emo Radiant team din yung Fulcrum Esports Catalyst natin. So, makakapalagyan sa mga, mga high-level teams natin yun. Ako naman, for my Fearless 4, of course, tawag ko Outplay Outrising kasi I think pumapasok sila sa quarters natin sa previous legs. TC Rising Stars, pumasok din yan nun. CSS Black. And looking for org kasi let's say ito yung underdog natin for now, looking for org. Pero puwapalag sila sa mga previous legs natin. Malay natin mabaliktad ang Wheel of Fate natin, sila ngayon nasa taas. So yeah. Unfortunately, hindi kasama sila Ma'am Ann, yung favorite nating team, sila Sexy Goats. yung picture
Sexy
ni Ma'am Ann mismo, yung
Yes.
yung ano nila. Kailangan ba? Ayun, yung logo nila. So,
The meme dream
ayun,
is real.
yes. Pero tawag doon, nakausap ko si Ma'am Ann. Nasa Diamond Emo team pala yon. So, kulang lang talaga sa experience. Stay tuned guys sa PCWORX page. Maybe in the future, maybe next month, hindi natin sure. Magkaroon pa ulit tayo ng other Harbinger Tournament Series. So, ayan. Sa mga hindi rin pala nakasali, kasi yun, actually, marami nag-message kay PCWORX. Bakit daw hindi kasama yung names nila doon sa roster natin for today, yung 32 teams. Unfortunately, guys, hanggang 32 lang yung kaya naming isali for this leg, o yung sa mga legs natin. Na full agad siya, I think third day, second day nung pag-post namin. So, yeah, sorry. Better luck next time na lang. Maybe nga next month pag magpa-tournament ulit tayo ng Valorant. Just stay tuned sa social media pages namin.
Yeah, thank you so much for the support. Kasi, unexpected. And kasabay din natin, of course, we gotta admit, VCT, di ba? Malapit na rin ulit. And may lalo na sa mga Valorant news outlets na pina-follow sa social. Ang dami ng mga posts ngayon about it, but still nandyan pa rin kayo watching the tournament dito. It's just so thank you so much sa inyong mga viewers natin. So keep on sharing and like and tag your friends, and perhaps yung sa mga kasunod natin, who knows, mas marami ng teams tayo, baka pwedeng 128 teams ganun ang pwedeng suma.
Ay, may
We'll
nakalimutan
see
pala
with your
akong-
support. Yeah.
May nakalimutan pala ako sabihin. For the pre-tournament show, guys, meron tayong giveaway agad. Kasi meron tayong 8 Oros t-shirts for giveaway, 2 Oros chibi figures. Yung ginagamit usually for anti-sag. Sir Clerk, do you have somewhere near you? Meron ka bang yung chibi figure? Ayun lang. So,
Meron ka dyan?
Actually, wala akong chibi, pero yung anti-sag meron.
okay. So, kasi yung chibi ginagamit din nila as anti-sag. So, yun yung giveaways natin for today. 8. So, may 10 tayong giveaways. For the pre-tournament share, meron agad tayong 2 giveaway for the t-shirt. So, guys, don't forget to gawin nyo lang yung ating giveaway mechanics, which is tag 3 friends, comment your hashtags for today. Hindi ko na sasabihin kasi nasa post naman yan. So, yeah, I keep on forgetting. Meron din actually, usually, si Fulcrum Esports na pag nakaabot tayo ng 100 concurrent viewers, may giveaway sila ng GCash. So, ayun.
Wow.
Yes.
Na-all na
So,
lang. No?
yeah, nod lang, and we're gonna have so much to give away this afternoon para sa mga ating viewers dyan. So, Clark, if I could ask you, where you see this
Yes, sir.
Gigabyte Aorus 17G lumagpas na siya, unfortunately. But going back dun sa do you have, dun tayo naputol kanina right? I think, yeah, dun tayo, you were about to say something, you were saying something about laptops.
Yes.
Yeah, could you give us a bit more info about those?
Wala pa siya actually sa Philippines, pero stay tuned and follow nyo lang sa Facebook si Gigabyte Laptops PH para sa mga bagong updates. Pero sneak peek lang kung ano yung mga bagong i-release. May dadating na mga 360Hz panel na, and also 12 gen CPUs na ang mga 12 gen CPUs, and also naka RTX 30 series sila. So sobrang lakas na ng mga bagong laptops na i-release namin this year. So stay tuned lang.
May ba? Merong like dun sa mga lines nyo ng laptops. Ano yung built para sa, let's say, if I'm
Super gamer ba?
no, like a content
Casual?
creator, ganon, yeah. For the Aorus, ano yung like what's the
Arm
machine
bracket
that's
niya.
fit? Yeah,
Oo.
yung fit doon.
So, kasi if your budget is medyo mababang, medyo mababang side, I suggest go for the gigabyte variants kasi yun yung super versatile namin ng mga laptops. And if you're you're into content creation talaga, yun lang talaga ginagawa mo sa machine mo, I suggest go for the Aero series. Pero kung hardcore gamer ka talaga at ayaw mong natatalo ka, at dahil parang sabi mo nang may at talagang minamarketan for gamers, doon ka sa Aorus na variants namin, Aorus series. So may 3 series, may Gigabyte series, G series, Aero series, pang content creators, and for hardcore gamer talaga is Aorus.
Nice. Yung mga naka-flash sa screen natin kanina, nawala na naman eh. Uh, could we,
Kahit
direct, could we, check it out. It's 7995 with the 360. Is this for yung content creators, or is this
ah,
for like the hardcore gaming, or could you tell us a bit more about this for the viewers?
nabanggit ko kanina, yung mga G series namin is for all-arounder. So, mga ano to, you can either do some content creator works, like, and also pwede ka rin mag-gaming sa mga laptops na to. Although sa lahat naman na laptops pwede kang mag-gaming, pero ito talaga kasi versatile, like mataas ang refresh rate niya, maganda yung specs, tapos maganda yung specs for mga like esports, mga ganon.
Insert ko lang,
So,
Sir Clark. Actually, last year, nag-unbox kami ng Gigabyte G5. Pero, unfortunately, end of life na siya. I think it was the 3060 i5, if I'm not mistaken. I think wala na nun. Hindi ko maalala if, basta, on our comments ni Vil, maganda yung build quality nung Gigabyte G5 for the price point din talaga. Kasi, if you compare it to other gaming laptops, yung bang for the buck mo, sobrang ganda nung yung price to performance ratio, and especially dun niya sa build quality na for sure na hindi siya ganun agad mag-overheat, kasi alam naman natin problems ng
yes,
laptops is, especially with the 30 series na nga, tawag doon, with the 30 series na nga, mas mataas yung yung wattage na kinukuha nung 30 series, so mas malakas yung tawag doon, yung heat output niya. So makikita mo naman agad may grills dun sa back of the Gigabyte G5 na may super laki nung ang dami ng vents, ang laki rin ng hits. So yun lang naman yung comment ko about that.
How about testing ko yun nitong nakaraan wala minsan kasi kuya Saturday, Sunday wala akong magawa. So ini-stress test ko lahat, like tinitignan ko yung battery life. Syempre para maniwala rin ako sa products namin. At alam kong totoo sa sarili ko kasi nakita ko na first hand.
Ano yun? Practice what you preach.
Oo,
Yeah.
binenchmark ko siya. Nirarun ko ng like yung Prime 95 and also yung Fairmark. Sa 100% battery, naka full load siya. Umaabot naman siya ng 2 hours. Full load na yun ng siya. Ito yung naka i5 na 3060 na na G5KC. Mamaya alam ko meron kayong slide para doon Maabot ng 2 hours yung battery life ng full load. Around 2 hours yun. Hindi ko na masyado exactong na timing pero
that's actually really good na for a laptop na naka full load. Kasi if I remember correctly, like yung generation before, yung bago lang maglabas ng 30 series, o 20 series pa lang, an hour na nga. So pati yung batteries nag-level up din yung technology natin.
Actually, maganda pa dito sa G5KC natatanggal yung battery. Kasi, madaling tanggalin. Diba? Nakakita ka na ba nung G5KC? Sobrang daling
Hindi ba?
tanggalin. So, pwede kang mag-game. Pwede mo tanggalin muna pag hindi mo kailangan. Or pwede kang mag-order sa mga service center na na extra battery kung kailangan. Para lang kaya ma-prolong lang yung gaming on the go. And also, syempre, yun, kakasabi ng G5KC. Naka-probo yan So,
Hanapin ko kung saan yung G5KC. Where is the G5KC natin? So this is once the G5KC-5S11130SB, no?
Hindi ko kabisado yung dash.
Hindi. So it's only 59,995. Guys, isipin nyo. Instead, parang yung 60,000 nyo right now, kulang na siya for a full PC for gaming, yes, for desktop. So, why not just go for a laptop right now? At least, naka 30 series ka na agad.
3060 pa lang.
Yes, 3060 na nga.
Diba?
Naka 3060 ka na agad, di ba? So, very bang for the buck siya. Pero, of course, if you're looking... 64!
64,995 down to 5,995
So, wait.
na lang.
Hindi ako magaling sa math. So,
still
5,000? Yes, for this week, guys.
Oo.
For our Harbinger tournament series na leg, guys. So, naka-sale siya. Pero speaking of, if gusto nyo naman ng desktop, meron din tayong dalawang esports PC bundle at 2 price points available. Tawag nun? Kay PCWORX sa Shopee natin. This is shopee.ph/NVIDIA GeForce official store. Guys, don't forget to follow yung store. Mention ko lang kasi I think 5 minutes to go. Sir Direk, do we still have time or extra time to discuss? Sorry, nag-check lang ako.
Sobrang
Ayun,
ano.
tayo. Kasi ang sarap ng-usapan eh. Kasi ang dami nating items. Bilang ito. 5, 10, 15, 22. May 22 items tayo. Sige, sir. Noted. Noted. Sige, sir. So, meron tayong 22 items na kasama na pinrovide. Hindi ba pinrovide? Pinromo ni Gigabyte para sa atin, guys. So, meron dyan, wait lang bilangin ko ulit. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Meron tayong 12 laptops. Meron tayo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 GPU at 2 GeForce Esports PC bundle. For the Sir Derek, could we show the 75,000 GeForce Esports PC bundle from Gigabyte? Yes, sir. Thank you. Medyo, guys, sorry kung medyo may confusion na wala kasi original namin director. Naka-substitute director tayo ngayon. So, this one's the Gigabyte GeForce Esports bundle, guys. Again, may two price points tayo. This one, 75,695. There's available nga siya again sa PCWORX. The other one is 125,995. So, mas higher end siya compared dito. So, at least you have a choice as a consumer kung ano yung gusto nyo. So, brush up lang ako sa mga specs na tawag doon na kasama doon sa 75,695. So, this one's the tawag doon, powered by Gigabyte NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 Eagle OC. So, you could overclock the GPUs kasi alam naman natin, may mga GPUs na hindi mo pwede overclock. It's 12 GB GDDR6. The processor is AMD Ryzen 5 5600. So, hindi ko na kasi, and of course guys, meron tayong free na Aorus Anti-Sag RGB. So, makikita nyo naman dun sa lower right ng picture. Yan yung, syempre, kasi mabibigat na nga yung mga 30 series natin dahil sa malalaking heatsinks. So, nagsinama na rin ni Gigabyte yung anti-sag nila para at least hindi masira yung PCBs nung inyong, tawag doon, yung PCIe Express slot nung inyong, inyong motherboard. So, yeah. Actually, meron na akong, tropa, guys. Kwento ko lang. Tinranspo niya yung PC niya. Yung mismo PCIe slot niya natanggal dahil wala siyang anti-sag.
Yan lang.
Parang nag-bump tapos nahulog yung GPU. Tapos natanggal yun. So,
warranty yun. Pag ganon.
Press F in the comments. I think hindi. Kasi transpo, yes, physical damage eh. Yan, press F. So, yan. Direct, can you show naman yung 125,000 natin for sa mga mas power hungry natin. Yes, yeah. Pro level na natin.
So, all you need, bro.
Yes, sir. So, ayun, it's powered by a Gigabyte NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3070. Yung kanina, guys, it's a 3060. It's gaming OC. Again, OC nga. You can overclock it. 8GB GDDR6. So, marami nagtatanong, bakit si 3070 is 8GB, 3060 is only for, bakit mas malaki yung VRAM niya? And bakit mas mahal pa rin sa 3070? Basta, ang niyan, guys, is 3060 if VRAM hungry yung inyong applications, for example, 3D modeling, pero hindi yun makailangan ng speeds or yung power, go for a 3060. Pero if you want the speeds and the power of a 3070 nga, if you're rendering videos, tawag doon, basta any GPU hungry, maglaro kayo ng New World.
Mas mataas yung processing course kasi.
Yes, mas mataas yung processing course ng 3070 versus sa 3060. Pero, yeah, for 3D modeling, I think, mas maganda si 3060 since mas mataas yung VRAM niya. And, ayun nga, na-mention ni Sir Clark kanina, meron na tayong 12 Gen na Intel processors. So, this one's the Intel Core i7 12700KF. So, i7 na agad. Then, wait. Is this, wait lang. Yun.
Harap mo helmet.
Ayun nga, yung hanap ko helmet. Yung motherboard na to, unfortunately, hindi pa tayo naka-DDR5 kasi medyo mahal pa si DDR5. We just wanted yung medyo reasonable yung price point. So, this one's the Gigabyte Z690 DDR4 LGA 1780X. So, Guys, pag na-confuse kayo, for the 12 Gen Intel, meron pa rin dalawang motherboards na available. You could opt out for a DDR5 motherboard if you want to buy the memory modules na DDR5 na. Or you could stay and use your previous DDR4 modules, memory modules. So, actually yun na yun. Same lang naman yung specs from like motherboard, processor, and graphics card lang naman yung nag-iba from the previous esports PC bundle natin. So again guys, meron tayong dalawang Gigabyte GeForce esports PC bundle. This one's the 125,995. The other one 75,695. So available yan guys sa direct can we show na yung lower thirds. Shopee.ph/Nvidia GeForce official store, or sa ating, or you could just message us on our Facebook. It's fb.com/PCWORX, or sa Viber namin, nakalink naman yan. I could link it right now. Wait lang. Baka personal account ka.
Words lang yan, grabe.
Hindi. Yun lang, sir. Hindi lumalabas yung lower third. So, no worries. I-comment ko na lang sa natin, guys. Wait lang. On how you could order yung mga pinapakita namin sa right side. So, yeah. I'm done with the... Do you have any other, Sir Clark? Additional. Ayun nga, yung free pala na to. Nakalimutan ko. Yung helmet. Instead of the t-shirt, guys, meron to yung yung pinaka sought after na Gigabyte helmet. Yes, it's of course.
That's it,
It's perfectly like street legal naman yung helmet. You could actually use it. So, yun.
Ride-in style and game-in style.
Nice.
Kompleto. Inside and out sa bahay mo.
Yeah. Wow.
Ayun guys, I just commented yung mga natin, yung mga links natin on how you could order. Yung Shopee natin, of course, sa mga PCWORX natin na links, Facebook, Viber, and website natin. Ayan.
Yeah, how about the Clark? Will you meron ba na curious lang, do you have something na as we know 3050 has just been released, right? So will you have some laptops with 3050
Actually,
coming
meron
in?
3050 ngayon eh. Nasa market na siya ngayon. Hanapin nyo na lang sa mga stores like kay PCWORX, sa Gigabyte Concept Store SM North. Hanapin nyo yung G7GD or G5GD. Right now, may extrang gift kayo makukuha kasi may ongoing CNY promo. Medyo kailangan may extra task lang kayong gagawin para makuha niyo yung gift, pero meron kayong extra gift like na windbreaker pag bumili kayo nun.
Ano ba yung extra task na yun, sir? Magti-TikTok?
Windbreaker.
Curious.
Mag-register lang.
Mag-register lang pala. Okay, no problem. Actually, dito sa mga laptops natin, sir, kasama yung mga laptops natin today, meron tayong 1, 2, 3, 4. Meron tayong 4 na laptops na kasama. May freebies nga. For example, the Gigabyte G7GD. Meron tayong free na bomber jacket. The Gigabyte G7MD, free bomber jacket din. For the Gigabyte Aorus 15PKD, meron tayong Aorus cap and t-shirt, so swag items. And for the last one is the Gigabyte A5X1. Meron tayong free na windbreaker jacket. Gusto ko yung design na to. Thank you, sir. It's okay. Sige, sir. Thank you.
Oh, ano yung shirt nga pala na giveaway natin?
Sir
You
Vince,
mentioned-
maybe we could show yung ating
Yes.
giveaway natin for our audience na 8 pieces na ours t-shirt and 2 Gigabyte Chibi.
There.
Wow.
Di yan yun, sir. So yun, guys.
Anyway, ito pala, yung mga maglalaban, sige, let's di pa nga pala natin nakita
Oo,
na masarap yun, Ito pala, viewers natin, yes, here you go, these are the teams that will be competing this afternoon. So kung may mga kakilala kayo dyan, mayroon kayong mga friends, like, tag them in the comments and share this stream. I-support natin ang Valorant talents natin, alright? So, yeah, going back dun sa sinasabi niya na other slide, yes. Oh, alright. It's... Wala na yun. The slide you were talking about, Jarvis.
Oh, yeah. Sir Vince, yung giveaway slides natin, please. Sorry, medyo
shirts.
na tayo.
The shirts.
The shirts. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It's the shirts.
Medyo ano nga lang guys, sorry for the technical confusion nga. Kasi nagkasakit yung original director natin yan. Get well
Get
soon, sir.
well.
Sir
Yeah, get
Dave, get well
well. Sir
soon.
Dave,
Mahirap na
yeah.
magkasakit. If ever man lang lumalayan, please isolate yourself. Huwag ka nang manghawa, please. Thank you.
Yeah,
Diba,
Dave.
kahit natin, kahit ubo lang yan, di ba? Pero kasi yun nga, medyo weirdo yung panahon, guys. PSA lang. Yung umuulan pero ang init.
Yeah.
So, ayun, inom lang tayo vitamins, exercise.
Water.
Yung shirts natin.
Hindi nalagay sa since yung price. Wait lang, sir.
Well,
Hanapin ko sa side ko. Never mind.
Wala ako nun eh.
yeah, but anyway, dear viewers and listeners right now, yung mga kaka-tune in pa lang, again, baka nakita nyo, like parang, ano to, kala ko ba Valorant? This is the pre-show, ladies and gents. So hold on to your seats dahil, of course, like, nandyan na naman si Jaeger later, kasama si Shiora bang partner ni Jaeger?
Yes, yes.
Si Shiora ulit. Yeah, last time, di ba, nag-cosplay siya ng Jinx.
Yes, sir.
Ang kulit. Yes.
Mhm.
There we go. And there we go. Unfortunately, dear viewers, kung nag-enjoy mga usapan namin dito ni Jervs at ni Clark.
Before we end, may
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, Jervs.
So guys, di ba, again, meron tayong 8 on our shirts and dalawang chibi na for giveaway. Pinamigay na agad namin ng dalawa earlier. So, pumili na agad kayo sa comment section. Ang nanalo na, first winner natin is si May Cabral. Please message nyo yung details nyo sa PCWORX page. So, Anton, i-handle ni Fulcrum Esports yung inyong inquiry. And si Chan Simba Cruz for the Hours t-shirt. So, dalawa na agad, guys. So, sige, sir. Sige, sir. So, tune in kayo, guys. If ever na, at the end of the stream, ipapakita tayo ng graphics kung sino yung mga nanalo for today. So, yun lang naman.
And how about you, Clark? Any last stuff for our viewers?
Kalimutan ko yung mention kanina na lahat na, kahit yung entry level gaming namin, naka 16 gigs na ng RAM. Yan lang.
So, alright.
Nakalimutan ko yung mention kanina. No need to upgrade.
Well, thank you. Well, Clark, thank you for joining us this afternoon stream. Kasama ka rin ba namin bukas, tomorrow? Because tomorrow, playoffs na, right?
Yes.
So,
hopefully, sama niyo ako ulit.
Okay, just let us know. And thank you again this afternoon and for giving us updates about products. We learned a lot. And to the viewers right now, don't touch anything. Jaeger is up next and we'll get to see some amazing Valorant matches. High level na to, VCT level teams, guys. VCT level teams. We're talking about the Filipino esports talent. Speaking here from the grassroots level. So, don't touch anything. The GeForce Harbinger esports tournament proper will be next. So, see you tomorrow, guys. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Muted na kami. Sige lang. No worries.
Okay lang yun, sir.
Oo, sir. Hindi na. No worries.
Asan ba si Dave? Ano sa kanya? Oo nga, I mean, taga saan siya?
Malapit
Malapit
lang.
lang dito sa akin.
Sige. Alis na kami. I think, sige, pwede natin hanggang like 1:45 siguro kasi since quarters naman na yun. Tawag doon, Sir Hero, wala kang apply kahapon, no? Wala pala, hindi nasasama si Sir Fluffy for tomorrow. Papakita na lang natin yung recap. Para at least kasama pa natin si Sir Clark. Kasama pa rin natin for tomorrow. Para for more discussions of the SKUs.
Copy, boss.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. All right. Well, thank you, guys. I'll be off din. Thank you.
Tight.
Bye.
Bye.
Off for now. Bye.
Good luck.
AJ. I give you. Take your time. Yes. Oh, you're not happy. That's new. Oh, knock knock wouldn't like you sad. Come on. He may be his horny boy, but you know what? That's fine. Wouldn't want you to be lumpy pumpy fat. Cheer up soon, okay?
Okay.
Get back on your track, bruh. You got this. Like your main, right?
Yeah.
Good. Guten. That's guten. That's very good. Good, good. And because you are a good boy, I shall, you know.
Going to invite you in game.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna go in game for a bit. I'm using a different account.
Ah, okay.
And I'm lazy to.
To relog.
Yeah. I'm hungry though. Can I eat a muffin?
Not starting yet, I don't think.
Can I eat a muffin? If that's alright. Oh, I'm not used to having droopy eyes. You're so cheerful. You're the one who's supposed to be happy. Okay. No, man, it's fine. Take your time, okay? Take as much time as you need, okay?
Okay.
Hmm?
That'll be okay.
You will be. I know you are. See, look at that. Look at that advertisement over there. You see that handsome guy? Yeah, that's you. Yeah, you got this. I love you. And Knock Knock loves you too. And he wouldn't want to see you so droopy like that. You look ugly if you are. You have to smile. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Good job, mate. Good job. Are you the one who edited that?
No, Pon Pon did.
Pon Pon forgot me and my highlights.
Did you have... I mean, I think the clips that he had were already posted.
Shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click on or on Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can
Welcome back to the final days, I say 2 days, of the GeForce Harbinger tournament. This time brought to you by Aorus. They're the ones we got the entire name for this behind. And so GeForce Harbinger tournament brought to you by Aorus for today and tomorrow. My name is Jaeger, joined by Zayora. And of course, we do have a couple of giveaways yet again for you guys. Make sure you guys are using the hashtags, hashtag #FamousWinGames, hashtag PCWORX, hashtag Aorus. There's another one in there, but I'll have to pick that up off the stream later on. And we do, of course, have the bracket for today as well, as we are going to be looking at a couple of returning teams once again, and a couple of new teams as well. CSS Black have made their way back. Team Nova Sphinx and 123 is as well. Velocity is here for today. We also have TC Rising Stars, who unfortunately fell victim very early on in the last week. Outplay, Uprising, Fuma Blaze, NCG Junior, and Coup de Grace, Easy Reborn. We have a couple of names we haven't seen before, but a couple of names that we've definitely seen before. And of course, our first featured map is going to be between the guys S1K, you should know him, Tipsy, Nice Guy, Supremo, and Cranky, and go up against the guys from DTS. So these are the, I think this is Catalyst versus Dauntless. That should be our first game of the day. And, well, there you have it. Dauntless Alpha and Dauntless Alpha versus Fulcrum Catalyst. So we do, of course, have a homegrown team here, and we also have a prize pool thanks to Aorus. And the prize pool for today, you'll be seeing it on the screen in just a minute. How much they are providing for the players who get first and second place tomorrow after the semifinals and the grand finals. So heading into Icebox. For now, and you can see that is the map selection. Of course, 4 best of 1s today, 2 best of 3s tomorrow, and well, we'll have the giveaways after every 2 games. So you can't just leave. You have to be here.
And of course, it is also said that if we do reach 100 views, there is going to be a giveaway of 2,000 G cash. So guys, if I were you, go ahead and like, share this stream as well. And of course, for the viewers out there, you guys too will also have a chance to, you know, get some prizes in store the more that you watch, as Jaeger has mentioned earlier. And right now, again, it is going to be featured here once more. It's going to be Icebox, and Dauntless Alpha is going to start the half with a what do you call it, defender. But oh, it looks like it's split instead, as I'm seeing in the.
Don't worry, it is Icebox.
Okay, it's Icebox. Okay. I am a bit. Yes. Hello. Good morning, world.
They're already going for the agent picks at the moment, actually. We do have Arena, Lock-In, Sova, Jet, Killjoy, and Viper. These are going to be, should be mirrored, but instead of a Killjoy on the other side, we have a Sage. I want to prioritize those defenses that you get from the defuses, as well as the reses and the heals as well. So these are pretty much the meta picks, and we'll be heading into our Icebox game. And so, Fulcrum Catalyst, Fulcrum Esports, not Fulcrum Catalyst, that's an old name, isn't it? Fulcrum versus Dauntless, that is going to be your first game for today. Alright. So, the game will be appearing in just a minute.
It's shy, that's why.
It's just doesn't want to show. It's a little bit, you know, it's starting stages, you know, happens to all guys. I mean, to all games. But, it is what it is.
Really? Yeah. Because I don't know, I've been giggling for the past few minutes because the chat won. They heard me before the stream started, and apparently they heard my different voice. So I will do what you guys request if I have a reward at stake. But you know what? Up until that, I'm not gonna do anything.
Get to 100 viewers. What voice were you doing?
I was baby talking. I was in my squeaky voice. You know, when I asked you.
Well, we currently have a pistol round going underway, in case you were wondering, and right now it is looking good for Dauntless as they have taken the first couple of kills. They are hitting the B site, just so you have I'm trying to paint a picture for you. Nice Guy is sitting inside of a tube. He's been taken down, and Dauntless have found both kills, and they should be getting the defuse as well. So, the first round did go to Dauntless. They remain on one player left, and that was the Jet Phantom. He is the one that managed to clutch things out. So, pretty good round for both sides, and they're now heading into the second round. So, we're just trying to get the stream into the observing deck. I think it's a double PC setup or something like that, so I might be having bit of trouble with the capture card or whatever else. So as soon as it's ready, we'll be jumping in, and well, it looks like they are going towards the A site as well. So 5 players from the side of Fulcrum going over towards A, and they have a big defense on that A side as well. 4 players ready to go as well. And you're still seeing me, but there you go. Now you can see it. Now you can see all of it.
Indeed. So again, Fulcrum Catalyst, as you mentioned, did swag up that first point for our first game of the day. Snow above all is going to try and at least catch them off guard with a little closer combat here. But again, they do have the better weaponry, so assuming as it is, they can win this round. Unless, of course, Dauntless Alpha goes for a thrifty, but Puppy Secure just trying to jiggle peek there. They're not very aggressive too much for this one. Look at that shock dart. Beautifully done. Actually dinked 1,000. And right now, Snow Above All was able to deny that recon bolt to be in him being detected. Now we do see a lot happening across the floor. Whiffs his shots. 1,000 does get Above All there. It is a trade for both sides of the team, but Lowborn was able to deny that spike plant. Sees 2, but is going to be taken down by Supremo as well, taking another one for his name. Phantom with only the Marshal to work with. We do see Poppy Sick takes one as the spike was planted down, all lowering it to a 2 versus 2. Phantom doesn't have an idea to where 1,000 is, but Puppy Sick was able to get Supremo from that corner. Now they can go for some crossfire, so that's going to be detected, and Phantom with the Marshal takes 1,000 down, equalizing the board. Oh no, actually getting their second point.
I think Phantom is handsome.
Yes.
She I was going to say she laughed. She didn't
guys,
say yes or no.
you guys are all handsome. You guys are all amazing. Yes.
And that's Zayora scoring 100 new sips in one stream. Well, it looks like they're going to head back over towards the A side. They've got a full buy this time around. And perhaps the bonus round may not be strong enough to beat this push that's about to hit the site. We've seen some very different Icebox games. Sometimes we have very strong attacker side games. Sometimes we have very strong defender side games with these huge comebacks in that second half. And oh dear, trying to keep those fights close, they put those Spectres in the hands of the players pushing down mid as the A site is already getting pushed into. Phantom, the only one with a long range weapon. He hears the dash in, he backs away, and he can hear that plant happening already. So it's going to be a full retake into the A side after Cranky gets the first kill into Pack Bears.
It's going to be a shock dart there just to inflict some amount of damage against the team. Drone was able to spot out only Supremo. Cranky, however, takes Lowborn down, dwindling it all to now a 2 versus 4. Above all, was able to get a trade. Nice guy for a kill of himself, and 1,000 to clean it all up, taking advantage of his position and not really straying too far from the scoreline. This is still anyone's game for both sides of the team. But at least in terms of economy, however, Dauntless Alpha will decide to go for the save instead so that they can have better weaponry onto the next one, which is quite a smart move because you don't want to keep on force buying in each and every round, especially where both of our teams are having a rally such as this. So they are going to attempt a site once more since it is the one that has been working for them, at least for the past few rounds. Recon Bolt's not going to detect anyone, at least Snow above all. It's quite a predictable corner, but sometimes it's not being checked. Drone is going to be denied with further intel, but they do know that Snow above all is there. That's going to be one, make it another for Lowborn. This could be a thrifty run, but Nice Guy takes 2 as well with Cranky Phantom with a sheriff kill of his own. Dwindle it to a 2 versus 2, but take note that our attackers are low on health. So they just have to just patiently wait for this spike to be planted. There is the Viper Spit, but the head! Cranky will be seeing Phantom first, and down goes the kill. That's going to be the plant this time around, and only Poppy Sick as the remaining member of Dauntless. Cranky here, the little bit of a not sure if he is able to see Poppy Sick in the process. He's going to go in towards the Viper Spit and hope for the best. A little bit near towards the spike, but from the behind, Cranky gets 3.
Well played. Low HP for the remaining 2 players, but they do manage to even out the scoreline. And a nice attempt at the retake there, but Viper's Pit made that very, very difficult. But they won't have that to rely on this time, though. They won't have the Viper's Pit. They will have the ult for S1K, but other than him, it will be 3 ults for the side of our defense, and that Viper's Pit can be a big problem, especially on that B side. If you use that very early on, they're sort of forced to go into the A side.
Again, this time they're quite attempting like at least a mid to A take, which is quite understandable because they don't really want to, or they actually want to take these defenders off guard by Cranky watching for potential flanks. So this is actually a good take because technically A site was free because of the positioning of Dauntless. But now a little bit of a spray there, quite of a miss, but 100 will be taking 1, will be spotting out 3, but Poppy Sick will go and take him down, forcing everything to a 2 versus 3 Tipsy. However, although the spike has been planted, I do have time for this, but Cranky is in the backside, so Poppy Sick will take 1. This is going to be the defuse. He has to move fast. That's going to be 1. They have the spike, but still, they were able to clean this all out, denying that defuse and into their 3rd point.
So far, we are seeing some very good post plants from Fulcrum Esports. They have been putting themselves in really good positions and making sure that that spike stays safe. And they have been prioritizing the plant early on. Sometimes it can be a big problem if you don't have good post plants because those retakes can be hard to challenge. But for some teams, they don't play for the picks and they have those good post plants, then that can make their attacker side much easier because it means they have a very good defense. So okay, on the flashes, they want to go straight into that A site yet again. They haven't yet to hit the B site since that pistol round. And if it's not broken, you don't have to fix it.
Definitely, and it's as if Dauntless Alpha, this has been 5 consecutive 5 rounds already, and they don't really seem to have a solution to this aggression that Fulcrum Catalyst is actually doing. So that's gonna be 1 for 1,000, make it another, but he does spot out Poppy Sick. Poppy Sick, who is low on HP, takes the peek, and that's gonna be the shot coming in from 1,000, only to be traded by Lowbor. Nice Guy for his respective refrag. Nice Guy hears that updraft, already knows to where he is located. They can go for crossfires, as we are seeing right now. It's going to be the recon bolt, and they're just going for the hunt at this point. And 1,000 with the 3K again is able to get their 4th point. If they do continue into a momentum like this, they can dominate the first half. So I guess the better play for Dauntless Alpha here is to stack up A, have that Killjoy use his swarm grenades to deny entry or actually delay the push. Use the turrets for additional intel as well as the alarm bots in towards A, because they can risk the retakes here, since if you do notice that their positioning for the side of Fulcrum Catalyst, they are quite in unison. So if they can get that collat, then maybe it can work wonders for them. But right now it looks like a change of strategy is going to happen here with Fulcrum Catalyst trying to create presence towards mid.
Operator could be quite useful in the defense as well. Packbet needs to get some kills. You're absolutely right. Should be using that utility to slow down the push into the A site. And Packbet on 0 kills, 0 assists, not very good for a Sentinel who's supposed to be defending the site with the information as well. I'm wondering if Lowborn is from Malaysia or Singapore. He's got 1110 ping. Could be playing with a foreign player. Lowborn.
Yeah, I think I have a feeling that Jaeger's gonna check him out, wink wink, sooner or later. But Phantom is going to deny Supremo, who attempts to entry from A here. Cranky may have an idea that someone's already going away and spots out that gun. Lowborn does not seem to see his presence. Will be using these walls to actually place his utilities right and denies vision from above. All that could have been a kill if these walls and these toxins weren't in the way. So right now, Tipsy is going to plant the spike. I love the position of Cranky right here. It's basically a flank denial. And by that, Cranky was able to get one, but Pakbet is going to go for that trade, dwindling it to a 3 versus 3. Loving how Pakbet is able to place this lockdown here to at least try to catch them off guard. Pakbet with one. Tipsy for the refrag, denying this recon bolt. Will be spotting out the Reyna here for a nice guy, but with only a slimmer of health to work with, the shock dart could push through, forcing it out to position in towards B, and finally gets the kill. That's his 5th point now for Fulcrum Catalyst. They have been doing much, at least synergy, not just synergy, but they are very quite disciplined in how they do take their sites and how they are able to do their post-plan situations, which is amazing. They're waiting for these peaks, they're waiting for the defenders to actually go and push in towards the site, and it just really goes well for their favor.
Those post plants, even with an operator, they keep them guessing as well. They finally go to the B side. There was no way that they could actually respond after putting a lot of utility in the A side as well. Now they do head back over towards A. This time though, Killjoy has plenty of utility. Let's see if he can perhaps stop this push, although it's not looking good. As Sick finds that first kill. There's Tipsy with a trade onto Pakbet, and a 3 versus 4.
Another Viper Spit is up on the running right here. And this is looking good for them. He spots out the feed. Tipsy takes advantage. Phantom for the trade, but they do know that they are in towards the entrance from mid. So look at how Cranky and the gang are already pre-aimed in towards that side. That spray is enough to telegraph where the location of Lowborn is at, as well as Phantom here. Supremo just quickly denies his entry, and Cranky once more to get that aim going. 2-6 in our scoreboard. They're doing very much wonders into capitalizing the momentum that they currently have.
Already on 6 points. They're looking good for this first half. You could see a response from Dauntless once they switch that attack aside, but at the moment, it is definitely in the hands of Fulcrum Esports, and they want to go towards the B side. They don't fake at all either. They don't mess around. They go A or they go B. That is basically it.
I mean, it is quite normal to like juggle with the sites, especially that you're having so much aggression in one, because at least that kind of like boosts your confidence into taking the sites. But that recon bolt is so helpful enough to get that spray down from Phantom, denying the said plant. So this could be a potential point for them, but 1,000 takes one. Phantom for the trade, and this is just fast on their feet. Make it another. That's gonna be a triple. Is it a quad? Going for the ace now. They do have an idea where the last person is. That's gonna be a dash in going in towards orange, but you know what? Pakbet is not going to let him get that ace. And finally, they do have their 3rd point here. They can still manage to get that equalizing scoreboards, but they do have to at least find a way to counter out the A site that Fulcrum Catalyst has been doing, because of course the usual play here is that if you don't really succeed on the other side, just go to where you're most prominent at. And I think this is the gameplay that Fulcrum Catalyst is going to do upcoming this next round.
Ores and ore remaining.
Okay, so right now we are seeing a little bit of a shakeup here for the compositions of them. Cranky was able to take Poppy Stick down, so they may go for that rotate here, but two are already on the hunt for Cranky, and this could open up a site for the side of Fulcrum Catalyst if they are able to play their cards correctly. That's going to be an updraft. Supremo sees it. That's going to be a Lear as well, and was able to deny vision from Tipsy and Spike Plant as well. 4 versus 4 in our scoreboard. Lowborn is going to play some toxin, spots out Nice Guy from Jenny. Cranky for the trade. So above all, will take down 1,000 and Lowborn for Nice Guy, all to depend on Cranky for this fight. They do know that they are outside, so they can go for some crossfires, but this is interesting. Why would they peek one by one? But this time, Phantom will be winning that aim duel, denying the said clutch, and we are now down to a 4-6. 2 more, they can equalize the board here until, of course, unless Fulcrum Catalyst finds a way to get their groove back.
Hello?
There you are.
Sorry, I don't know what that was.
Hmm.
Okay, well, 4-6, we are seeing a bit of a recovery as the defense is getting a little bit more aggressive with those peaks, and we are seeing a good performance coming out from Phantom, who's currently on 15 kills, signing up for his team, and they head back towards the A site. We are seeing just more of the same from Fulcrum Esports, just 5-stack A or 5-stack B. And so far, it has given them the lead, but it looks like we are seeing an adjustment from Dauntless as they are putting all the economy in the right place. They are fast on the rotate as well, because so far there haven't been any fakes, so they should know that at this point. And Lowborn, great shot to S1K before the wall goes up. You can't see the game either, just in case you guys were wondering. So it is the 1 versus 2 right now, and, 1 versus 1, as Pacific manages to find a shock dart onto Nice Guy, and Cranky, he's looking for Pacific. He doesn't know where to look.
I feel like I've been pronouncing his name wrong all this time. I'm so sorry. Because I've been saying Pacific, but later, is it Pacific? Is it Pacific? I'm so sorry. Do correct me if I am wrong. But right now, Pacific. There you go, Pacific. There. Thank you so much. My voice inside my head. The reason that I'm singing. Nah, I'm kidding. Right now, we do see a 5-6 scoreline. Dauntless Alpha is going to try their best to equalize our board. This is potentially a reset if they are to win this last round before we go on the second half. But then again, as I said, anything can happen whenever the side switches. So right now, there is going to be the recon bot there. I like the passive approach of Dauntless Alpha. Just waiting for that presence to come alive. But Phantom, already with the Blade Storm, just tries to get a quick peek in towards A site. Trying to reposition himself in a higher angle. Just have to see if who gets to spot who first. Phantom spots out Supremo. That's going to be a bit of a whiff on his end. But 1,000 is going to take him down. Snow above all will also take a trade. Lowborn, Cranky to equalize everything to a 3 versus 3. Take note that Supremo is low on HP. And above all is going to take advantage of that. That's going to be a res coming in from Tipsy. 3 versus 3 to equalize the board once again. That's going to be a Spike Plant. Nice Guy, however. There is going to be a detected one there, and Cranky will be taking that hit. Make it another for his triple kill. And with only Pacific as remaining, Nice Guy will be taking out his clone. And that's going to be a 7-5, denying that equalizer. But still, this is a near scoreline. So if Dauntless Alpha can be able to turn the tides around, especially now that they are on the attackers, they do have the opportunity to go on full aggression.
Hello. I've restarted the entire thing. That should make things a bit better, I hope. But 5-7, that is right. They have a 2-round lead, and I have to see if their defense can be as strong as Dauntless's was, at least towards the latter half of the first half. And so we are seeing a similar situation. It will be the straight up push towards the A site. Plenty of utility ready to go. They've invested more into... Oh, dearie me. He's messed up the recon ball. That is going to dissuade a bit of that information coming their way, but they will still be able to push in regardless. 3 players in the back of the A site. And there's a rotate coming in through mid, but that ice wall going up means that they're kind of forced to go towards the screens, but a 5-man stack to defend against a 5-man push, and above all, has found the first kill.
Make it a second here. And look at that, just like that across the board, there are some trades happening, but Dauntless seems to be having the numbers advantage. 1,000, however, does have the capability to go for this 1v2 clutch, especially if the headshots are in good use. And just like that, he takes 3. Not gonna be another as Pac-Bet shuts it down. Why did I say head pats anyway? But right now, it is gonna go for a 6-7. Dauntless Alpha so far managed to win the pistol round. And right here, looks like because they do have better weapon in towards this next round, this could be another round for them, or maybe playing the likes of thrifty rounds for Fulcrum, but we have yet to see. That's going to be a bit of a jiggle peek coming in from the Viper. So above all, we'll check kitchen. Gonna whiff his shots a bit, but still manages to get the job done. Gets a heal for himself as well. Nice guy for the trade. Pac-Bet and Fanson takes 2, and only Supremo is a remaining member. He takes 1, but they do know he is under tube. So it's about getting that aggression on point. Supremo gets 1 sheriff kill, will be reloading, but above all, already in closer range, is going to take him down. 7-7, and our scoreline manages to equalize the board. Are you here, my good friend? Who's
Yeah.
being by the light.
Yeah, the light is strong.
Don't have a cut in there, are you?
I have to get one. Well, 7-7 scorelines have gotten closer and closer, and with that pistol round and the conversion, now is this going to be another straight run coming in from Fulcrum, where they just go on a 6-round tear, or is this going to be the comeback from Dauntless, where they can close things out on the attacker side?
And a $1,000 is able to get one down as First Blood to start things off here, trying to basically get their advantages right. Also as well with Cranky denying the said flank or rotate capabilities, taking Lowborn down. Supreme and the gang here, they don't really need to peek since, again, 1, they had numbers advantage, and 2, of course, they're defenders. They have all the luxury to wait and buy for some time. 1,000 will be taking Pacific down. Nice guy and Suprema will have their own kills as well for a flawless fight.
Okay. With the round going their way, they do continue again. I feel like it's going to be another case of Fulcrum coming back into this with the defense going on a run. I mean, nothing really to say right now, because we are seeing exactly the same thing coming from Fulcrum that we saw from Dauntless, but in the second half. That means that they know how to defend already, which means things are going to be more difficult for Dauntless on these pushes.
Indeed. So I like it how Cranky is still watching out for B side, but this time he does have Tipsy as well to guard him off. So Suprema is going to spot out Snow above all. Going above Tipsy takes Lowborn down from B, and now this is their opportunity to basically go ham towards A. Spike has been planted, however, so this is full on retake. 1,000 will be taking Pac-Bet down. This could be a crossfire coming in from them. Tipsy takes 1 Phantom for the trade, but it's a 2 versus 4, and only the one remaining here. But the plays didn't really work out for 1,000, but Cranky was able to clean it up for the team. And now it's a 7-9 scoreline. And this is just looking pretty well for Fulcrum Catalyst, as they were able to bounce back despite the slight tone down from the previous rounds that we've seen.
I'll swing a pistol by this round. They can't really do as much damage unless they can steal away a Thrifty here. There should be double digits for Fulcrum Esports. They have a number of players. Yeah, just switching and trading pistols. That is going to be it. They're going to be pushing into the A site now. This time, not missing the recon bolt. Nice to see. Always improving every single round. Supremo sitting on pipe, hoping to find a couple of players that might be pushing to the side of the belt, but maybe he feels like he's overstaying his welcome. We can hear all the sound coming his way, and S1K will still find the first kill.
Is it gonna be another is the question here. Suprema's in a bit of an iffy position, but that's gonna be one. Gonna whiff his shots here. That's gonna be dash in from two people who is looking at his direction. Tipsy was able to get Snowbub all down, was able to spot out the gun from Nest, and with that being said, he was able to clean up this fight for his team. 7-10 in our scoreboard, looking pretty good for Catalyst. They're running away in towards our score line, and they are able to defend the sites with ease. And right now, they haven't really seen that that they actually tried to attempt to go B so far, because they're just being heavily denied by Cranky and the gang in towards B long. So they're kind of like pinned down to the choice of actually trying to take control of A side, or actually trying to put that spike plant down.
Going for a fast push. This is a much better pace. That does give them all that map control immediately. However, 5 players still alive for the side of Fulcrum. Out comes a Viper's Pit. That will make things a little bit simpler for them at least. But this retake could prove deadly.
Alright, so here do have 1,000 waiting for this corner. Was able to peek down with one. It's going to be detecting one as well. Not sure if you heard that ropes here, but Suprema takes one for the trade. Gonna defuse the spike. Nonetheless, it's gonna be half. Suprema takes 3! Ooh. But still, they were able to defuse the spike against all odds, and Pacific doesn't really have much to do at that point. 7-11. Quite convenient for Fulcrum Catalyst. And actually an effort to go for Dauntless Alpha. They need to control the sites. And actually, playing for peaks may not be the best way to go, because I do notice that they are not going for that crossfires. Yes, sure, they do have the angles working, but if they can't really, really monopolize these sites, it would be quite difficult for them. So Recon Bolt's gonna stay, but Suprema takes away Lowborn earlier, so they won't have much utilities to work with. Shock Dart was evaded by Suprema. And you know what? Above all, was able to spot out Nice Guy instead of 1,000, who was the initial target. Phantom here is already ready below rafters.
Spike planted.
Dauntless Alpha can still have this game, but Pacific is able to take 1,000 down right now. Suprema for the trade with that beautiful op shot. It's going to be another from the behind here. Is he going to equalize it? He is going to be detained, but this is an opportunity for them, for Cranky at least, to take him down. That's going to be a Recon Bolt deny with a bit of a whiff there. That's going to be 3. Make it a 4. Is it going to be an ace? Just have to see if it works in his favor. But right now, CPK is pre-aimed. Changes a gun real quick. He knows. He knows. But he still gets that 4K, but not enough to defuse the spike. He may have lost the battle, but he did win that round war. Going for that clutch, denying that match point. What? Why are you laughing?
Round war.
Why?
It just sounds like a war for people that are around. But here we go. 8-11 now, the scoreline. And 2 rounds to go here for Fulcrum. They have once again gone on a huge tear after winning the bonus round. And that took everything from Pacific, but he does manage it in the end. Now very lax on armor, lax on weaponry as well. And they still have the operator in the hands of Supremo. And a Spectre in the hands of Cranky.
Trying to get a little bit of a slower push today. And right now, all of these utilities, this is going to go on full retake at least. My Hunter Sphere detecting Lowborn down. He was able to evade a brink of death, but as well as taking Supremo down, catching him off guard. Lowborn, a bit of a peek here, takes one, not gonna be another as Cranky goes for the trade. Bet is gonna whiff his shots. A nice guy with a kill of his own, downing everything to now a 1 versus 1 as Pacific gets the trade. He manages to spot out the gun and gets this clutch for the match point for the side of Fulcrum Catalyst.
Wasn't pushing it at all. So there you go, 12 and 8, and 4 rounds to make up, 1 round to win it. Still mucking. He's wondering why his team has just run away without the operator in hand. This is how the Phantom. This is a full perfect buy coming in from Fulcrum and Dauntless. They've bought what they can. It is going to be 3 Spectres, 1 Sheriff, 1 Vandal, and Phantom. He's going to buy full armor. He's going to buy a Marshal, perhaps hoping to get a kill on an orb. He could use his ult in that situation.
We'll be repositioning here for the side of Supremo as he dishes out his Blade Storms here. Not gonna be hit by the Shock Darts or the Toxins, but he doesn't have an idea. He will be whipping his shots, and that's gonna be Crossfire for 3. Dauntless Alpha, however, does have Pacific as low on HP. That's a full retake. 1 with the Marshal, Operator, and 1 with Spectres to work with. They're kind of like taking their time here. Let's see. Okay, it's down. Phantom will be taking 1,000. Tipsy for the trade. It's gonna be a defuse. Not gonna be another. He actually survives that. Make it a double. Is it gonna be another? Ooh, no, Pakbet was able to secure it because he is in sight.
That was actually a really nice attempt. He managed to find a double kill. If he expected someone to be inside the smoke, though, it could have been a triple. And then with low HP on the Sova, that could have been a win. But, well played by Dauntless. They nearly whiff a 1 versus 4. But they do manage it at the very end. So, 3 rounds. Pressure is still on Dauntless. And Fulcrum, well, we have to see if they can close out this game.
I mean, they still have 3 more rounds, or actually 2 more rounds to spare. And 1,000 here opens it up beautifully with the Sheriff. May go for a 3 match point, but will be whipping it, as above all, will be taking 1,000 down by pushing, which is good. And now it's going to be a spike plant by Pacific and company. Waiting for the right moment to strike here. Liking these post-plant situations, but Bet will be taking Nice Guy down as well, but Tipsy for the trade. Does have a gun to work with. Above all, will take Cranky down. Could be a round for them. Lowborn here to clean it all up from above rafters, which is an expected thing to do. Because, again, better weaponry, was able to win out that fight, but with Fulcrum Catalyst having rifles and an operator to work with, we'll just have to see. Things are gonna, if they are able to clean it up, or will Dauntless Alpha, actually have actually strike spark of, hope for them to prolong this game.
Still covering their bases. I like to see that they're still watching their flanks, despite the lack of flanks that have come in from Fulcrum. There is the first kill for Fulcrum. Of course, Lowborn taking Supremo down as well. And are they rotating out? This might not work out. Cranky, who's been so good at getting multi-kills, is watching the cross, and he may find himself a double. No, it's going to be the one, but still, he has spotted the potential rotate. That is going to make them think twice. The 3 versus 3, and S1K walks straight into a free kill.
Indeed, all the more increasing their advantages to actually clean out this fight. Lockdown's going to be placed in here towards the site. Checks a bit above. He does hear that rope. And now Will has the chance to escape. Beautiful recon, because that is a very beneficial position. Nice guy takes one with the shock dart, and another by cleaning it up. And with that being said, congratulations to Fulcrum Catalyst winning this round with a 13-10 scoreline.
You're about to see me half shadow, half pure light, as we do return to the cameras. But that was our first game, and remember, guys, we do have a giveaway as well. Make sure you put in the hashtags, hashtag frames win games, hashtag PCWORX, hashtag GeForce as well, because they are, of course, our sponsors for today. And we'll be taking a short break before we head into the second
Before
game.
taking a short break, we are going to announce right now who is the winner for 2 hours shirts. So the first one is going to be Bella Carl Charm Bachelors. Okay, interesting. And the next one is Jen Solito Razal. So congratulations once again to both of you. Do DM the Fulcrum page so that you can get to claim your prize, guys. Sayang to, this is a t-shirt for the taking. And as Jaeger has said, the yin and yang here of the game, we'll be taking a short break. And of course, I've been in towards the chat, and apparently I have to baby talk cast for the next game. So guys, tune into that, and we'll be right back. Go for it. Take it. Sige lang, you're doing great.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go.
Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament. We're into the second round of our groups today, and it is going to be between CDG guys. I'm seeing a couple of CDG guys and Nicaragua. So I think this is Nicaragua Junior as NCG, Swag, Kuya J, Dizzy, Chico, and Zakari. Those are the players for NCG here. And so there you go, Coup de Grace versus NCG Junior. That is going to be your second game for today. Of course, brought to you by Oris and PCWORX.
And again, once again, for those who are currently watching, yes, I will be doing what you guys told me, but in-game or for later. So before anything else, guys, you too have the opportunity to win a prize. But before anything else, let's check out the brackets real quick right here in towards our screens. And okay, these games are happening simultaneously, and of course we're just gonna have our featured match for this next game. So again, this is the usual routine that we've done for the past few weeks. Of course, they will be all gonna go with best of ones, and for tomorrow there is going to be the best of threes, which is the semis and the finals. And of course, again, this is going to be the map which is bind with Coup de Grace as the attacker's side for the first half. And again, you guys already know the routine here. It's best of ones. Anything can happen for both sides. I think Jaeger is going to have a little more advanced, preview of what the draft is going to look like, and which is happening now. Actually,
You're seeing it before I am.
Yeah, it's just happening right now. Actually, okay. So of course, again, once for the viewers out there, you guys have the opportunity to win yourself some Oris shirts, and finally a figure for the last game of this day. So you guys tune into that, and now let's head on to the draft. Jaeger, what do you have to say about the respective teams' picks?
Well, do have a couple of necessary picks. Having the Sova for the information, the Killjoy as well. Very good for defense on the B or AA side. Raze as well, good for getting some good positioning and using the boom buff information, throwing those nades through the teleporters as well, makes things just so you can do the initial damage before going through. Jet, I'm give or take on bind because like there's only really one place, or rather two places you can use the operator. That is down on B long or in the A site in heaven, and it's not really easy to lock down those kills with the operator. But you can have some good fun with your Blade Storm if you can make good use of your mobility. And of course, Astra as your controller, that's fair enough. I do like to see an Omen because you can use a couple of blinds. We don't really have any blinds for either of these sides in this particular matchup. But they've got concusses, they've got shock darts, they've got plenty that they can use to do the damage. So they won't be asking for too much extra in these particular scenarios. We do like to see the Sage come out as well. Sage and Cypher can be nice to have on Bind, as well as having the Breach. I think Breach is nice to have. Double Initiator I do prefer to have on Bind, but with these lineups, I'm sure they know how to make it work, and I mean, they're the pro players. They should know better at the end of the day. So they're going towards the A site, where it looks like they do want to split it from the bathroom and from mid. They have the Spike in the hands of the Killjoy, who should be watching the flank with the utility, and they should be going for a fast plant.
Since we are in game, I may have to change my voice now, Jaeger, so... Okay, so for starters, we are going to see Boogie right here, trying to get some peek and opening from a cubby. This is quite interesting. Turret's going to be placed. Let's see if there are going to be any information that these utilities are going to give for the side of PCWORX. So right now, very nice entry coming in, but the paint shell is going to deny that from Lance. So the spike is going to be planted by Coup de Grace, but Dizzy will be taking that first blood. Swag with the trade right here, but he is easily being taken down by Enix. But that's going to be a beautiful right click from Chico. Is it going to be a third here? We just have to see. They can go for some crossfires. There's a 2 versus 2, but Zakari was able to clean it all up as well as Chico gets 3 to start it all off with the first round of this second match. They are looking quite good in towards these starts, but I'm very excited to see if they are able to really pop it off or get that momentum since they have won this pistol round.
Is that what you guys wanted to hear? Is this what you guys sign up for? Because you're getting it. You're getting the
I'm just following them in the comments, guys. That's what they
give the people what they want. Give the people what they want.
It's a wish that I shall grant since it has been given to me in exchange, so... Okay, so right now, Zakari is able to spot out the turret as well as the Killjoy from B short. But I like the fact that they're quite dispersed from the group. They're just waiting for these utilities to be spent. Look at that drone. Was able to get information that Chase was there. But the fact that they're not really aggressively pushing this for the side of NTG, they are really doing wonders. So here, Boogie is trying to check the corners, which is great, but is already spotting out Dizzy for 1, but Dizzy's gonna get the trade before he even gets off the board. So right now, 4 versus 4 to equalize everything, but Zakari spots out Ice here, denying any potential rotate. The spike is also in his arsenal, just making some noise, going for that presence. Boogie, however, may have the shot, but still Zakari with that quick 180 was able to get Boogie down. 4 versus 2 now in towards our fight. Swag will be pushing up bathrooms. He does have the wetter weaponry here, so he spots out the hair of Dizzy J, and Zakari finally seeing Enix from showers. This could be an opportunity for the other 2 who is in cubby to just go ham, but they do have this spike at play, so I don't think there's anything much that Enix can do. And with that, that's going to end this second round here with Chico getting that spray down with a 2-0.
I've called for a pause as could be
making me do less lore.
It's a technical problem as they have technical. Sorry, what?
I don't even know if this sounds okay.
If it's what they want, it's what you do.
So it doesn't sound okay. I see.
If it's what they want, then it's what they want. Even if you sound like
No,
a
I'm
like
asking
whatever that
for-
is, you know,
I'm
whatever.
asking for your opinion, Jaeger. Does it-
Oh, you sound like Minnie Mouse.
Of course. That's the play, isn't it?
It's the play. It's okay, Minnie.
Right
I
here.
love Minnie Mouse. But anyway, what do you think is like the better play, at least for our attackers here, so that they can actually put the spike down? Since I noticed that they're kind of having quite the difficulty in actually, really taking control of the sites, considering the fact that they're quite a bit of reactive in terms of the skills that are being set with our defenders at the moment. So, what do you think is like the best thing that they could do? At least so that they can get themselves back up there, since now this upcoming third round they do have the better weaponry.
With these bonus rounds, if you can win a bonus round, it already sets up what the rest of the game is going to look like. It's generally one-sided in those situations. In a situation where you get that back and forth, even if they win this round against, even if they lose this round, against the rifles, there is the chance that they buy up properly on the next round, and then they just continue on with their round streak. So the next two rounds kind of tell us if these two teams are competitive against each other or not. NCG have been off to a very good start, but it did come down to a couple of individual players getting a lot of multi-kills. So we may still have a couple more competitive games for today, just like our first game. Normally we have a bunch of one-side games heading towards the end, but, well, we started off with a close game, and hopefully we get a couple more. As we are still trying to fix this problem for the Rays as well. He's still sitting in spawn, and as soon as he's ready, we'll be into the third round.
And also for the viewers out there, do take note that if we are to reach 100 viewers, you guys have the opportunity to win yourselves 2000 G cash. So go for it and share it to all your friendships. And this is a rare occasion for me to actually do this, so might as well capitalize on that. And of course, again, there is a certain time limit that we also have to take note while waiting for our said player to reconnect. But until then, we're gonna have the technical pause at play. So I actually do agree with you in terms, first and foremost, of the team composition. Breach is very, very useful in terms of the concussions and actually taking control of the site, regardless of what side you are on, because if you are on the attackers, you are able to get that aggression. If you are on defenders, you are able to get that entry. But because both of our teams doesn't have it, what they do have, though, this is a mirror fight per se. So one thing's for sure, there is not going to be any excuse for both of our teams to have a different kind of skill or utilities at play. Only the difference is how they use it and when to use it. So because they do have one of the two mobile duelists, which is the Rays and the Jet. Personally, I would prefer the Rays, specifically for the map bind, because of the Boombot one. Number two is the paint shells, and basically the utilities that Rays can provide is really versatile in this map, where you can just juggle along with it. But since they do have the Jet and the Rays, one can maybe go for the entry and one can potentially go for the flank. This is quite interesting, however. So maybe for the side of our attackers here, maybe just try to at least spend one of those stars coming in from Astra to try and pull out at least, usually it's the Sova in Lamp. So maybe you can just pull it out, but instead of basically pushing to it, wait for this Sova to actually go for the peak, because by then it not just gave them at least that amount of delay to push, but also they kind of also give themselves an opportunity to have that man advantage. Second thing that they'd like to also keep note is where the positions of our defenders at. So at least for the previous two rounds, they were at heaven, they were in sight. So if they can have the capability
do those crossfires, then that would be great, at least for coup de grace. So right now they are going to place the turrets here and some recombo, but they may have shifted from A to B, which is okay. But at the same time, these sprays can just really go so far for NCG. They're just, again, they have the advantage to wait up until the spike is planted. Zakari, however, is going to be in quite of a, how do you call this, situation. Oh, but Zakari still takes one and Dizzy for the trade, but the other members, though, was able to take the other two down. And Enix and only 2 of them out of 4 remain. Now they know that they're at Hoka. Enix takes 1. That's going to be another one for him before being taken down by Swag as refrag. But this is a 2 versus 1, and Dizzy does have this spike to work with, so of course the better place to rotate for A, at least get that extra 300 for economy. Places the stars there just to pull it out so that the push is going to be delayed. So this is going to be the spike plant. Now, this is where the crossfire begins. He has to put himself in a position where he can isolate the fights. But he does whiff in that process, and Chico just, went for that spray down, and down goes the 3rd point to NCG.
Well played, and that is the anti-eco round secured. They get a free upgrade for a couple of them up to Vandals, and they'll be able to full buy going into this round. And for the side of Coup de Grace, they are going to have to go for an eco. So already, feeling like this might be one of those one-sided games. However, keep in mind, we do see games on Bind where we will have this huge score lead on the defender side, and then once you switch sides, you see that huge comeback as well. So that's still possible here. We see it on Icebox, we see it on Bind. It just goes to show how defender side they can be. And Ice playing up close, a couple of missed shots. Will he secure the kill? He actually pushes through, but he runs out of ammo, and he actually cannot secure it. He backs away into the site, and not as much damage as I'm guessing he anticipated either onto Zakari, who takes about, I'm guessing, 55 damage total after one of those connects, or there's a bit of a wall bang. Either way, they do have a couple of players going towards the A site. This was just a misdirect from Ice, who is inside of Hookah. 4 players about to hit the A site, and it will be led by Chase as he's trying to go for the headshot. Nice dink onto Swag.
But that's gonna be the shock dart. Swag was able to evade that with ease, but he is going to be detected. Tries to attempt with the wall bang, but that pull is going to prevent him from doing so. That's going to be another shock dart here. Will inflict some damage all the way down to 13 HP. Kuya J, however, will try to accompany his friend from Lamps. Dizzy will be taking fellow Dizzy down. Boogie for the trade. Kuya J taking down Enix. Boogie as well with the 2K with that sheriff here. Swag, however, already knows where Chase is at, so that's going to be one. Uses the satchel, replaces with the second gun, and beautifully done to clean up the fight. This is going to be the 4th round for NCG. So far, so good. Their momentum is in their hands, and the fact that they were able to deny any control of the site away from Coup de Grace. Coup de Grace has to basically think of ways to try and force out the members of NCG from going out of their sites, but the discipline, however, coming in from NCG is quite commendable at this point. So this is going to be a quick replay. So the satchel uses distraction, and for Swag to just quickly transition from his main weapon to the secondary one, he already knows, he already anticipated it, that he is going to push him all through and through. So that alone is already great. Zakari, however, will be opening up this round once again with another op kill, taking the ZJ down. Swag as well as taking Ice down, and all the more taking that man advantage. Chase, unfortunately, was not able to take Zakari, but Zakari with that quick peek takes Boogie down. They're just not able to get this breather that they anticipated or they hoped to be. Dizzy, however, with only the shock dart to work with in that time, was able to take one, and Chico, despite Enix getting 2, was able to refrag for their friend, and all the more running away with these score lines. And this could be, actually, this is a call for a timeout by Coup de Grace, which is great, but personally, I think another round would do. But if this is their comfort, because since it is already 5-0, they may want to start to basically reset any amount of momentum that's been happening to NCG. They want to deny that fact. It's also an opportunity for them to at least try to get or counter them out as much as possible. Do take note that they are in the attacker side. But Jaeger, what do you think can Coup de Grace do? Because right now they're quite, falling behind here.
Their gameplay just seems a little bit slow at the moment. If you see how NCG have been defending, they've been very aggressive on those defenses. They go for those early peaks, try and get the early damage going, and then they just rely on the numbers game when it comes to retakes or to the defenses. They just up the crossfires, and they take advantage of that fact. So perhaps sitting back, having two players peaking positions so they can stop these peaks from happening, those early kills from happening. But that also gets more difficult when, say, you've got a Jet with an operator in hand as well, and unfortunately we do have another disconnect, so gonna have to wait for Chico to get back into the game, as perhaps unstable internet for today.
I mean, there are some factors that we can't really have, full control. And no, I'm not emergency food. And wrong game. But of course, we just have to basically wait for these to be optimized and done. And right now, so far, I think what I'm thinking for the side of Coup de Grace, maybe they can try and capitalize V's site. But the thing is, they have to shut down Zakari at least, because he's been one of the imposing threats against them, especially in trying to, actually enter the site. So early at this stage, this turret is going to detect one. Phoenix, however, was able to spot out that turret, but Dope and Kuya J, already fast on their feet, will be taking two away. Chase for the trade, but not sure if he does know one is there. But that was a beautiful spray transfer from Kuya J from long, and to end it all up with a 4K here in towards B site. While Kuya J was able to get another point for the team. It's as if that the timeout actually benefited them, to say the least. And right now, this is just looking all too good. So let's have that quick replay here. Though that's a beautiful spray transfer from Kuya J here. And Dizzy was able to whiff out his shot, but Kuya J was able to capitalize on that with good positioning. And the fact that Boogie was not able to see Kuya J as well in that corner. So right now, it's kind of dwindling all the more for the side of Coup de Grace. They're having very much difficulty in at least entering the site because they're so easily denied by here. So Boogie takes one. Swag will be taking Boogie down. This is going to be a lockdown here for the side of Ice. So it's either they go on full retake or they destroy it as much as possible. So Enix here is having a quick spray towards these smokes. And, Zakari still takes one, and that's him going to be detained. This should be at least an intel for them to take them down. But Kuya J, actually it was Kuya J from Heaven is the one. Oh, Showers rather, who is detained. Chico will be taking down one from Lamps as well. This Cosmic Divide, however, I'm not sure if it's beneficial for them, but you know what, it kind of works, at least. All dwindling it to a 1 versus 3, and this Odin is going to clean it up with Dizzy. Finally, just closing this first half in a potential clean slate for them. But we just have to see.
Oh, just wait for it. The huge comeback from 7-0 to 7-5, and it starts right now as they have everything they need. And it doesn't look very likely, obviously. NCG are doing a really good job on this defense. The timing on those retakes are really good. They know exactly when to push. They know when to push with teammates. They know how to read the information and know where these players are going to be pushing from. They know where they've cleared already. And so, really good communication so far. And Ice already getting into an early fight with Swag taking a little bit of damage. And that is going to be a paint shot that destroys the turret. He actually could have saved that. You pull it back and the cooldown, the redeploy is much, much sooner. Ice is going to be finding Swag. And Aonix hoping to find a little bit more as well. As down goes Dizzy, down goes Kuya J, and 2 versus 5. Two players trying to retake from spawn, and they have to retrieve the spike.
So far, they were able to at least get their groove on here, and Zakari with only an operator to work with. Not sure if he was able to dink that one down. Actually misses the shot. Chico will be taking Boogie as well, and at least that's intel for Chico to try and play around the map. Not sure he's going to be spotted out first. Actually, it's Chase from under heaven. He spotted out. He has the option to save it, but ooh, the reload is not going to be in a good timing for him as Ice cleans up the fight, and finally, breaking that clean slate, gets their first point.
Well, wouldn't be a day of valor if we didn't see the 1 and 7. Can they build momentum off of this, though? Don't forget how much money NCG had stored up. They had a lot going to the last round. This time, they're spent down to around 2k, 1-5. They will be able to buy in the next round if they lose this one, but that could effectively be the potential economy break from Coup de Grace onto NCG Junior, and that could give them the chance to make the scoreline a little bit more respectable.
Definitely, because you'd want to place yourself in a good position, especially when the half is going to switch, right? So right now, that was a beautiful opening once more from Zachary, taking down one from Showers. Kuya J with a beautiful spray, despite having the smoke and no vision. Goes to show that his intuition is just really on point during that time. Zakari, loving that he's not really denying any flank here. He's going to be pulled, but he's going to dash away to safety. This could go for a trade, but you know what? It doesn't need to have that push instead, or that frag instead. But Chase, however, will be taking Dizzy down, who is using the Odin from a short. Kuya J and Zakari, hopefully go for that double peek, but you know what? Swag is just gonna chase him down from the side and will be taking the 8th point from them. So far, so good. For the side of NCG and Coup de Grace, it's just really going downhill from here, unfortunately. And of course, we do see some moments wherein they are making highlights or they are making plays, but unfortunately, it's not enough, because you have to consider at the end of the day as well that their aim duels are, a factor.
Yeah, I mean, it's always what it comes down to. If you don't have perfect aim, it's very difficult to win. Strats alone aren't enough to secure those kinds of kills. And there off goes a swarm grenade, meaning they can't just jump over the box and peek into the site. Now they are preparing their own for the post plans and the take, says Boogie. Nice catch there onto Zakari. Chico, he's concussed, he's completely surrounded. What a great execute onto the B site.
This is the aggression that we've been looking for the side of Coup de Grace right here. It took quite some time, but they managed to make it work. The spike is now planted, and only Kuya J and the Raze is alive for them. That's going to be a quick peek. Boogie, however, will be taking down Swag for the 3. They do know that he is one here, but it's not enough to get that collateral, and Dizzy J will take down his clone. 8-2 on our scoreline. It can still go for an 8-4, but again, they have to do that similar aggression if they do want to make it work.
Well, we'll see if NCG don't prepare for that kind of a B rush again. As you can see, Killjoy is playing very close to the entrance of Hookah. Has an alarm bot sitting outside of B long as well. And puts a swarm grenade in both positions, perhaps hoping to do some damage to anyone that might be trying to rush here. So, getting a little revisit to the strat, and Zakari just has to dash away because they know the position is exposed, and can't enter in with... Oh my goodness, Boogie through the smoke, catching Zakari. That is a very good spray.
Definitely. And again, it's more of intuition, at least to say the least, just to place that crosshairs in towards their head. So Kuja was able to spot out Ice in towards Hoka. Now he may call for some help right here, but he wasn't able to place a single starter as Enix takes down his head. That's going to be an alarm bot. Chico can take advantage of this by getting all of those collats, but Enix is quick on his feet, was able to spot out one. Swag is going to go for the whiff. Boogie takes advantage. Only Dizzy, as a remaining member alive, may choose to just go for the save, which could be the good play here, since again, this is this could be potentially a flawless fight, unless he does take some exit frags. So we just have to see. But right now, it is also an optimal choice to save the Vandal and just go for some extra kills here and there. But right now, coup de grace, at least they were able to get another point for them, and it looks like 8-4 scoreline is possible.
Definitely true. And 9-3, that would put NCG in a good position for the second half, especially if they can win the pistol round. But in 8-4, they're straight back into it. Coup de grace, they'd be up 8-4, 8-5, 8-6, perhaps 8-7. And they'd already be equalizing the scoreline. So perhaps a little bit more pressure on NCG to continue with this momentum for now. And the guys in coup de grace, they just need to get a little more of what worked on that last round. A little more aggression, answering for each other, some really good utility placement. And they have gambled on this A site where 4 players are lying in wait from the side of NCG Junior.
Alright, but this time Swag is going to take one for the cab here, and he also is going to spot out one, but Dizzy with that Jiggle Peek is able to tap Swag down to equalize the board. Zakari is going to try and peek out in showers here. At least for the side of NCG, again, up until the spike is planted, they'd have the luxury to wait for the speaks, because take note, I guess I'm starting to see a bit of an aggression that's coming in from NCG here, but at the same time, Dizzy takes a quick Jiggle Peek here, spots out Ice. This could be an opportunity for a crossfire, but he'll be using his drone anyway to get some intel, and that's going to be a swarm grenade in towards Lamp. They can go for some entries back there. The recon bolt is going to detect 2 in the process. Is it going to be ball bang? Is it enough though? I don't think so. That's going to be a bit of a presence in here towards this, but Enix will be taking Zakari down alongside with a lot of spray downs. That's going to be a push from Dizzy. We'll take down, make it another. Is it going to get a beautiful clutch from Dizzy over here? Has the intel, the information that they have gathered really worked well in his position, and a 9-3 scoreline is really looking them good. Oh, and of course, extra killing his teammate in there. A little bit of a celebratory in there as well.
Yeah, that was technically that was a 4K in that round. And now NCG aiming to get that double-digit point mark, but it will be the potential comeback from coup de grace, as we have seen how strong the defender side can be. So just based on this setup, we are seeing what looks like the double duelist defense in the A site. That means that Boombot goes straight down mid, and you have smokes that immediately pop at the very start. But NCG have to call for a pause yet again, and this is going to be a technical one.
I mean, again and again. Alright, like, you wanna see some plays that are in the most optimal of conditions. And no, guys, I am not emergency food. And looks like they want to hear you do this as well, Jaeger. What do you think?
I don't mind if I do. No, I'm not going to do it. There are some things I cannot do convincingly.
You sound like my grandma.
Is she cute?
That's very cute, grandma. Right. Well, right now, we are going to again have a quick technical pause right here. And looks like it's okay. Because they did swap positions, I want to see how these attacking sides of NCG is going to stay into light. Right now, look at that shock dart. That's going to be a turret down. Oh, and Enix with the boombot gets one. Ice for the tray for his kill of himself. Chico will take Enix as well, but it's a 4 versus 3. We do see coup de grace having that man advantage. Chase, however, is in tin cans, getting that information. Ooh, that someone's in garden. Not gonna peek just yet, but will be spotted out by Dizzy and Zakari as well. It's kind of like holding them back, as Ice will be taking down Chico from Hookah, and this is opportunity for them to push it all out. Could this be a 4 versus none? As we do see coup de grace taking their 4th point now as they are in the defender side. They did win the pistol, but let's see if they. I think they will be winning this round as well, since they do have Spectres, Marshals to work with, and Enix just decided to save. And for the side of NTG, they do have 2 Sheriffs to work with Chico and Swag. So they can win this out unless they go for a Thrifty.
Well, now would be the time, but so far we have seen very, very convincing defender sides. And Coup de Grace, they're looking to prove that they can do exactly what happened to them against NCG Junior. So Boogie pushing straight through and spotting and taking down Chico. And you can see he goes straight through the teleport, says Ice going to find Dizzy. Sprays into the smoke, is going to find one, is going to find 2 Chase, the double kill. And 9-5, a flawless round on the anti-eco.
That's actually a good discipline from Chase, just waiting for the right moment to actually get that spray down going, and he was able to basically, just isolate that fight despite, being crossfired. And of course, another factor that you have to consider is basically the weaponry. I did mention this earlier, that because they did have that Spectres and Marshals to work with, of course they will be at an advantage. But right now, this time around, since NCG does have the rifles, Chico and Swag does have half armor, so they could be one of the viable targets. But here, Paint Shell's gonna deny, or at least delay the push, with Boogie already on his feet, was able to get that Marshall kill before the smoke actually rises up. The pre-aim, the intuition from this man, we're already starting to see it. Enix, however, may try to just stay in towards this cubby in hopes to potentially deny any further pushes that can come from A. Kuya J has the spike, so if Enix is able to get him down, this could be an opportunity for Coup de Grace to just guard it, but Kuya J is in a slightly better angle here. If ever Enix were to look from the left, look at that gun, was able to be spotted out, and of course, there you go. We do see Kuya J taking Enix down from Cubby, and let's see how NCG is going to capitalize this, because they're quite spread, they're quite far apart. Understandable, which in hindsight, Chico may try to just take away the flanking capabilities that they have. Dizzy was able to deny Boogie, the operator, for their team, making it their man advantage this time. And Zakari, with only 20 HP to work with, is in towards Lamps. Ice, however, is able to take down Chico, but they don't have the time to plan. They need to make waves. Dizzy is able to take his Dizzy J down, and Zakari watches out for A Cubby. But right now, I think Kuya J has an idea that one is at heaven. This could be intel this time around for them. Dizzy is going to be detected. Kuya J is just playing around triple at this point. I hope they do know that someone is from here, because that spray down is enough of an intel. So Zakari gets on the corner, but still whips out his shot, takes the gun out. That was a very close call from Dizzy. And is this enough to actually defuse the spike? I don't think so. Is it though? But they may meet ends right here. Oh no, Dizzy, you'll have to make things work. He is not going to fake to say let's just play for peaks, and of course with that gets the 4K. Dizzy was able to clutch it out, and that's gonna be his 10th point for the team.
That was so winnable by the defense there. Dizzy just holds in that scenario. That could have definitely gone his way. And, sorry, is that Chase? I thought it was Chase, never mind. But yeah, we've got 2 Dizzies. No wonder I was confused. But just hold the defuse. Pros don't fake. That would have been a win. 10-6. It got so close to being fully defused there. There, the peek from Dizzy. And yeah, like he just shot off into the distance. He didn't even peek him. That would have been the full defuse. That would have been the 9-6. That would have been 3 rounds away. Instead, they have won that round, but look at the damage that's happened to their economy as they're on Spectres and a Judge as well. Aeonix, long range is Chico, and they've already lost one of those weapons.
Dizzy J will be taking down his fellow Dizzy over here, and Enix here starts to pop off for the team. Zakari with the judge will be spotting out one, but Boogie still fast on his feet, was able to get the head, and this is a flawless round from Coup de Grace. They were able to close in up our fights here, which is really good. NCG is having a bit of a trouble in their attacking side in towards this matchup, and now they're forced to save right here in this fight.
I mean, both of these teams had struggles with their attacker side. It's just towards the end we did see Coup de Grace get 3 within the last 5 rounds, so it's not too far for NCG to go, but this comeback is happening very quickly.
Indeed, and Boogie takes Kuya J. That's gonna be a paint shell. Is he enough to actually go for the escape? Is actually going for the push instead with that quick peek. The paint shell, however, is the one who's gonna take him down. And right now, Ice and the gang do have the numbers advantage once again, and which is to be expected because again they do have the better weapon, and the fact that NCG were quite shut down earlier in the phase of the game, and Boogie with a quick peek was able to hear Chico from the behind. And again, another flawless round. That's the second flawless consecutively for the side of Coup de Grace. And no, I am not mad, and I am not Paimon. Thank you very much.
Liar. 3 rounds to go to catch up, and they are catching up very quickly. We do have the full buy on this defense, and an operator in the hands of Boogie means that they also have to watch their long range as well as their short range positions. We need to see a lot more utility usage from NCG to secure more positioning, more space when they hit these sites. Pushing with the drone first, that could work out, but that's a great swarm grenade. It means that any information that you gather there does become moot. They could use a boom bot and try and push with that. That at least negates the aim for just a split second. That could be enough to secure a kill. What I love to see is you send in a boom bot and then you double peek in. That paint shell goes way too deep. No one teleports with it. And no double peek, just holding the angle there. Missed shots as well from Zakari. Not only are they not double peeking, they're also losing aim duels as well. And just like that, full buy turns into a 1v5.
This is like a similar pointers that we kind of pointed out earlier with Coup de Grace and towards their attackers. It's as if both of our teams are very, very good defense. But right now, Coup de Grace is making their way, slowly running in towards the scoreboard that initially NCG had the upper hand. So this is actually a good call for a timeout for this time for the side of NCG. And again, you might want to reset everything that's up and running. They are having a difficult time with actually gaining a point with their attacker side. And it's, I think for Coup de Grace and NCG, they do have, what do you call this? They do have a similar things that are seen in their attackers that is quite lackluster. One, they kind of like peak one by one. Number two, whiffing out their shots. And basically number three, sometimes the corners, they kind of neglect to see that factor as well. And it's seen on both sides of the team. But for now, it's quite commendable for Coup de Grace at least to catch up from a 9-3 to a 10-8 scoreline. It means that they are not giving an opportunity whatsoever for the side of NCG to gain another point. And potentially they might flip the tables around if they are able to capitalize to this said momentum. That being said, NCG, if I am not mistaken, they don't really have that much of a weapon to work with in this round, so I guess it's safe to say that it's in the hands of Coup de Grace, unless it's a thrifty once again.
Oh, it's not even securing that kill. That's really important to find because that operator is going to tear you to shreds, especially on this A site. You can't really insist on taking it with an operator still alive. Chico and Dope both securing kills there, very important. But still, this utility, it has to close out the back of the site because Chase is already making leeway. He's found a double kill and the spike has gone down as well. And it's a 1 versus 3. And, I mean, last man alive, Zakari did a good job opening up the site, but he can't close it because Dizzy is going to shut him down. That's a 9 to 10, and this is looking really good for coup de grace.
Economy-wise, they are also very, very healthy, and at least for coup de grace, I kind of saw an Odin back there for the side of NCG. That's not the best bet that you'd want to, even for your attackers, and or maybe it's just me personally not wanting a machine gun in a game. But you know what? Right now, coup de grace is just they're chasing pavements right here, and it's really working wonders for them. It's giving them all the more, really hopes to tie out these score lines. Give me a shock dart right there. Gonna hit anyone, to say the least. But Zakari does know one is in there. Wait, who was the one to hit him in that area? So that's gonna be dash in. Will be denied by the pull by a bit.
You should
For the right moment to strike, but it's going to hit him with it. Should have been a good thing if ooh, okay, there you go. The Hunter Sphere is going to destroy that lockdown, preventing anyone from being detained. But the Cosmic Divide, though, is going to narrow up the space. So that's going to Showstopper. Swag with 23 HP left, still alive, keeping this corner a dream. This Cosmic Divide, however, will be working in favor this time for the members. But that's going to be a detained Chico right there. Chase to take advantage of that. QJ with the 3. Is it enough to capitalize? Dizzy with a kill of his own, and with that being said, Dizzy just goes for the push. 11 to 9 on the scoreboard. Quite chaotic since most of the utilities were thrown by both sides of the team, and I think during that part we were not able to see it fully, but at least towards Lamp, I think Dizzy J kind of was pinned down, because both of the entrances from Lamps were just occupied by the members of NCG, and so he doesn't really have much to look to. Because, okay, let's say he does kill one from the other side, of course the other is just going to go for the refrag, and that's basically the kind of situation that NCG would want to place themselves in here. 11 to 9 score in towards this fight, making sure that these are quite controllable and they are able to take the site down. That's going to be another cloud burst to deny any vision, but I'm surprised he managed to survive that wall bang here. Swag takes 2 before getting taken down by Boogie in towards that city. Kuya J is under heaven, spotting an Odin here, denies that from Boogie. Ice will take down Kuya J from heaven, but that is intel. 3 versus 2. Dizzy will take Chico down from shower. To me, I think it's not really good to just peek one by one like that. But you know what? They are going to go for the defuse. They're not faking. They're not faking. Fake no pros. And right now, Dizzy still gets the 3, denying weaponry from NCG. This is so great. 11 to 10. One more. It's going to equalize our board. Jaeger, what's going on?
I don't even know what happened there. I heard you rapping. I heard you say fakes don't pros, and it's all with a Paimon voice. So that was probably the most unique thing that's ever happened to me in a cast. But well, here we go. As this could be match point. This could be the scores finally getting equal yet again. And I mean, they did manage a round, but with the economy they have available to them, this is getting more and more difficult for NCG to close out. Koya J will be finding Aeonics, but it was a 2-for-1 exchange, and they only have the pistols to work with. This should be, oh, well, maybe not. I might speak too soon. Chico gonna find one. Chase is there for the trade, and that is a 2 versus 2 now. Too close, but missed shots with a shotgun. That is very difficult to do.
I've been seeing Zakari not really popping up for this half, if you noticed.
But right now, Ice is just there to deny any rotate that's gonna come from Kuya J. And just like that, our board is already equal, 11 to 11 for both sides of our team. I wonder who is going to win this out, because NCG, personally speaking, they can still fight it out. The only problem is that they just peek one by one. They are not really, that mobile enough to really refrag for their friend or for their fallen comrade. But at least that's the same thing to go with coup de grace's attacker side, hence the reason why that NCG had the advantage in the first place. So that's gonna be a quick dash here by Zakari, spotting out 3 hopefully. That's gonna be 1, will be hidden by the shock dart. Enix for that said trade. 4 versus 4 now. Swag is able to take 1 from Shower. This is going to be another Cosmic Divide by Kuya J, I assume. And we do see that it denied some vision from Heaven and Lamps and City. So we do see Dizzy over here, ready with the Odin. Oh, but look at that! Because of the Cosmic Divide, he was able to protect by that bullet shots. Dizzy J takes down Dizzy in that corner. Swag, being a bit swag right there, and towards that peak, is going to take down 1 for a 2 versus 1. They can go for the crossfires here. Kuya J has the advantage, but Dizzy, quick on his feet, was able to see Kuya J down.
Oh my
and
God.
still whips, and Dizzy J still wins that fight, and still has time. Does he have time? Okay, he has time to defuse the spike. That was a clutch play, and Kudagrass gets the match point.
That could not have been played worse by NCG. Swag still had a paint shell. He could have thrown it onto the spike. That would have been enough to delay the defuse. It was a 2v1. They were playing in different positions. One gets smoked off and they don't double peek. That was a winnable situation, but that has now broken their economy, put them at the deficit of a match point that they were ahead for so long. I've only found 2 rounds in this half, and now they're going to have to go for some desperate play. But this kind of play is the one that normally gets you into overtime. So let's see if these Vandals with the half armor, if the Judge, if the Spectre can get them that final round to get them into overtime, or if this is going to be coup de grace completing the comeback and winning 13-11.
This is a quick turn of events. If CDG is able to really lock this one out, wink wink, because Killjoy has lockdown, yeah. But right now, if they are able to lock this game out, this is like a great redemption arc for them. But they may be quite a bit tired in the process as well, because this is very a close fight. At least to me, I would give head pats to either of the teams who either wins or loses, because they have done tremendously for, both sides of the team. Just so happens that evidently their defense for both sides are quite strong. Dizzy J will be taking it down as well, taking Kuya J in towards this point. Zakari hears that, but is able to take Dizzy down as well, but he is a remaining member. So that's gonna be updraft. Uses the showstopper and denies that back in literally his face. So coup de grace here is going to go for the run, and with that being said, they end up the fight with a beautiful clutch, 11 to 13. They're the ones who's going to advance to our brackets. And all head pats to NCG because they did great.
Okay, for a moment. There you go. Boogie, Aeonix, and Dizzy, they got 23, 20, and 21 kills. Despite all that huge score lead that NCG had, Boogie, Aeonix, and Dizzy doing an amazing job pulling ahead there. 23 kills, 20 kills, 21 kills. They had 60 kills altogether against the entirety of NCG, who, you take a couple of them to add together to equal to 60, but that is just such a good performance there. We saw some really great plays as well coming from our guys from NCG, but coup de grace, they'll be moving ahead in the brackets. You'll be seeing who they'll be going up against next, and we do have a couple more teams as well heading into that 3rd round. But it's rare we get to see Bind at this point in the tournament, so it's always quite nice to see. But before we head into a break, we of course do have the giveaway still underway, so for you guys are waiting for your potential Oris t-shirts. I've got one in my closet from working with them before. Well, you guys will be seeing the winners right now, as I think that Zayora has the names.
Indeed. So for the two winners of our shirt, it's going to be Billy Salamat and Aaron Razal. There you go. Congratulations to both of you. You guys are going to win yourselves the Oris shirt. So make sure you DM the page. And of course, it's very nice to have a t-shirt at hand. And contact them as well. It may take a few days, but you know what? You're still going to get those shirts on. And on the third match, we're going to have another featured match in a bit. But now we're going to go on a quick break. I hope you guys are happy and know I am not emergency food. So right now, this is Jaeger and Ciara. I'm going to introduce you on your behalf. And we'll be going on a quick break. So don't go away.
Such Paimon.
Oh!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul.
Background, bro.
Don't worry, it's on purpose. Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament. My name is Jaeger, joined by Zayora and Freya, who has now just jumped off the table. So we switch back to this. But we are back for the third game of the day, and we are going to have, well, let's look at the brackets first so you guys can see exactly who's playing next, because it is going to be MD versus TNS. That is Team Nova Sphinx. We've seen them before versus Maximum Disrespect. And, well, we have a name here. I'm not entirely sure if these are the right people, but it's Chewy2K, Ling Ling, Toothless, Fillings, and Yiju. I'm not sure if that's the female team or not. I know two Chewies, and they're both girls. I don't know if this Chewy is the right Chewy. I'm not going to assume. I'm just going to call them they, them for the entirety of this game. And on the other side, talking about they, them, baby, that's NB like non-binary, ZRL, Pixel, Jello No Cap, and Pickle Rick. Funniest S word I've ever seen. There you go. Team Nova Sphinx versus Maximum Disrespect. And that is going to be our game for match number 3, heading into Ascent.
Indeed. So it's quite a more compact map in comparison with the Icebox and Bind, per se. I mean, in Ascent, you do have a big cross as your middle side, and it's quite more, very flexible to work around with. But of course, there are some moments wherein some would basically not see these said corners, but in terms of actually taking or entering the site with the amount of discipline and synergy from the team, it can work. But right now we're going to head up in towards their drafting phase. Niger, what do you think about their lineups?
I think that Double Initiator is generally the right choice when it comes to Ascent, but we are seeing just the one, Sova, for Max Disrespect, and the Double Duelist their choice instead. What you do see on the side of Team Nova Sphinx is much more the meta. The double initiator, including the KO. KO can be very useful here on Ascent. We do see normally Cebu teams use KO because it's very good for suppressing that A short when you want to hit that A side.
Definitely, and we're not going to see a mirror fight. They will be having their differences. In Duelist, they do have similarities in terms of their Astra Killjoy and Jet. Difference is going to be basically one has double Duelist and the other one has the KO as their initiator. So personally, I like KO because, at least for Ascent, because it doesn't, well, literally initiates you with the fight, but also the suppress capabilities of his Git can really go so far for the team, especially you're denying the utilities that, of course, in towards our game, utilities at this point are one of the key factors in actually successing with every round. So, with that being said, we are going to head on to Ascent right now. You see two ghosts coming in from Chewy and Iju. Let's just see if these are gonna spark into light.
Sorry, I was following along with the wrong person. Here we go. As they call it, good luck, have funs. And it looks like they want to maybe attempt an A hit, but what's even possible is the A short split into the A side as well. They are making a little bit of noise. They have yet to start things off with the suppress. They're keeping their presence a little bit quiet. And there we go. There is the suppress coming in from the defense. And it tells them how many people are in short. Who are going in towards A main. Yiju just making sure that no one has pushed all the way in. Toothless and Fillings both finding kills here to enter the A site.
Indeed, and of course DRL. Well, it's actually any amount of heads are like helpful at this point, but Maximum Disrespect here does have the man advantage despite being low. On Baby will get one, but Chewy 2K will take the trade, but is going to be refragged by Pickle Rick, ending it to a 1 versus 2. This is gonna be a shock dart here, so they're just gonna spend all these utilities. But you know what?
Whoa.
Fillings is just going to take advantage of that and will be taking a Pickle Rick down for their first point.
Long range frenzy kill, not an easy thing to do. And they had to call for a tech pause. So it looks like we may have a problem with two of the players, Killjoy and KO. Apparently sitting in their spot. Actually, I think it's just Pickle Rick who sat there. ZRL seems to be just looking at his teammate. So, there you go. And a very good first round coming in from MD. They just held for a little while, and I'm guessing it was to bait out the utility, but as soon as it was go time, they were all hitting the side as quickly as they could, and you love to see that commitment from everybody. No one staying behind, no one waiting behind or baiting their teammates. So we're just waiting for that unpause to be called, and we're not sure where they're going to be starting. You see them putting presence towards B, towards A, perhaps in case someone might be watching the pause screen. They don't want to give away that positioning too early on. And then they go back towards the A site. So 3 players sitting in A, they got 2 players sitting in mid. No one's actually inside of B. And so they may have called this right, although after I say that, Killjoy goes back towards B. So, not really good to make assessments based on the pause screen.
We're just waiting. This is a technical pause again. So, again, it's still too early to decide on to actually try and tell what these teams are going to do, since again that was just a pistol round, assuming that MD, as far as I can see, they do have Spectres to work with, so we can expect that they are going to win at the second round unless a thrifty happens. But for the third round at least, we're kind of like expecting a bit more for Team Nova Sphinx, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it can also go down with the defenders to just go on full retake.
Here we go. I'm not sure how many people that may have detected, but they go for an immediate push down from A main. It's going to be just a 1-for-1 exchange. Surprisingly, look, they all managed to get out of the way of the gravity pull there as well. Just playing up close, they haven't really invested too much on this defense, but they have done a decent amount of damage.
Oh, from behind, Toothless was able to detect PCWORX, who was attempting to flank. And right now that is going to be the spike. Yiju's also taken Pixel down. It's all up to On Baby to make this clutch work. But right now Toothless is basically on his way towards A. But I think the spike, however, is going to go to B. So, there is going to be a big turn around here. They do have the site, assumingly. So, right now, it's just about them spotting out On Baby towards mid. It's gonna dink him, and Toothless is just gonna be there to help with the crossfire. It's gonna be a 2-0 favor of Maximum Disrespect.
They do.
You guys want more baby talk?
Oh, of course they do. They love your baby talk.
They really? Okay. I'm bug. I'm kidding. Okay, VTuber win. Oh, guys, this isn't about me. This is about them, and we're gonna focus. Focus tayo sa go. Let's go. So this is a bit 2-0 for the side of Maximum Disrespect. So far, they're as expected. They are going to win out that round. So this is a bonus round for them, but but now that Team Nova Sphinx has better weaponry to work with, look at the aggression that Jello No Cap is doing right now. He's already in towards high mid, but I feel like Toothless knows. He knows that someone's already there, so at least it's going to give them to be a bit more cautious on their surroundings. Pixel, however, takes a peek. Not going to spot out one, and one's going to rotate all the way to their spawn. And Jello will be spotting out the Jet as well. A little bit of a whiff there. Both of them actually dance there. Takes two to tango, they say, but Jello is the one to basically dictate that dance. And so we do see the drone here also spotting out Ling Ling. He could be in a good position to have that collateral right here. He whips his shot, manages to take one. Chewy for the trade. Pixel is going to take detect two. And that shock dart is all the more enough to really clean out this round, getting their first point already.
A Vandal, it sounds like a phantom when you listen to the shots being fired. So it could be misleading when you're playing against it, although phantoms are much, much quieter, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Well, our first taste of a gun round, and it was against a bonus round. Now on our defense, we have the rifles out. We saw a couple of whiffs, absolutely, and well, the cats are going crazy.
Oh, I can hear.
Yeah, they're playing.
And right now, we do have that lockdown from the attacker Killjoy with Toothless, but Jello still is able to get Chewy and On Baby, despite having that dash in from Jello, was able to take from the Jet, was able to take him down. On Baby for the second kill as well. Jello No Cap spots out Toothless from Wine, will be knocked out and will be getting that another kill from him. And On Baby with the 3 gets that flawless round for the team and ties up the scoreboard.
Okay, well, it looks like those whiffs are no longer going to be a problem for our defense here. And you remember when you brought me a Starbucks bag?
Mm-hmm.
That's been destroyed by Noe, so you're not getting it back, and I apologize.
I mean, that was a long time ago, so
Yeah, but
I don't
you
even
never know.
surprise you still.
She treats it like a toy, you know? It's like her toy.
Interesting.
Why spend on expensive gifts when you could just give them a paper bag? ZRL gonna be jump peeking to spot out in case a mid-link presence presents itself. And Pickle Rick, he's waiting for confirmation for a player from his turret. And this could prove deadly to ZRL if Ling Ling can find a quick kill here with these daggers. Jumps out in the open, and there it is. An instant headshot onto ZRL. And at a man advantage. But Pixel closes that advantage immediately, finding the kill onto Ling Ling, which means the advantage they had and the ult that was available no longer so.
Shock dart here. Oh, shock dart. Recon bolt here. Not going to detect anyone. But from the behind, Jello takes one. Was not able to isolate the fight as Toothless takes a sheriff kill, but with the cost of a low break
Timing.
of his health. That's going to be a bit of a time pickle Rick here. So be very cautious when peeking. That's going to be a turret. Tries to use his body block, but not going to be enough. And on Baby here to end it from the corner of A main.
On my way.
Gets their third point.
They will have the buy available on this round. Our attacker side have Vandals, one Phantom in the hands of Chewy 2K, and a little bit of money left over. Yejo picked up a Judge for a second there and decided against it. That is the better choice. You've gone back to the Vandal, but it looks like an A hit. With of course, this is the basic setup when you're on the attacker side. Have your Killjoy watching in case someone tries to push B. Yejo does get spotted, and there's going to be Jello finding Toothless as well on the peak. And they just take mid control immediately. And so rotating between the sites becomes much more difficult when you're playing against Team Nova Sphinx.
Indeed. And right now, we do see that Jello is actually popping up for his team right here, just giving all of those space and like all of those information as well, so that it's going to be a better defense for their side. Maximum Disrespect, however, still not neglecting their aggression here. It's just that they're taking their time, which is not a bad idea, but that's going to be suppressed. And I think 2 were detected in that process. So you can get at least a gist of how Maximum Disrespect is going to go here. They may go for the late push and full-on aggression towards A, and hence On Baby just places 2 of these stars from that entrance. It's going to be going in. That's going to be a pull as well. Flips it a bit. On Baby was able to protect his friend. L4 trade of his own. That's going to be 2 for the can, and just like that, as predicted, it is supposedly going to be an aggressive push. Pickle Rick, however, watch out for Wine. Quick 180, and that's going to be a flawless round for Team Nova Sphinx.
Getting ever more convincing on this defender side. And an operator in tow yet again, Jello. He found a kill from that mid. He took that mid position immediately. They have to challenge a little bit more. We need to see some stars going down mid just so they can cut off that rotation. And Spike sitting in front of A main, but 3 players here to challenge for this push in mid. Tooth is actually holding in case Jello was going to go through, but not going to be the case. Instead, Jello wants to peek into A main. Spots a couple of players. That Spike sitting back is a very smart thing because they can take it away. Just waiting for this smoke to pass before they actually push in. Jello does secure a kill onto Toothless, and that was from the same position as well.
They should be having that refrag at that point, to say the least, but that is another kill coming in from Jello, already aggressively going towards high mid. Let's see who gets to spot out who first. Ling Ling here has an idea that Jello is there, but the other members are there ready to refrag. That's going to be a dash in, but that's going to be an updraft, but still gets the sheriff kill done, not anticipating Pickle in the process. And Pixel from Cubby cleans it up here. That's going to be 5-2 from Team Nova Sphinx. we're going. Basically, we're starting to see the usual gameplay that is on the side of Team Nova Sphinx, knowing then that they do have the capability to go for some to basically win their aim duels and of course refrags as well. Jello will be dashing in, uses the cloud burst just so he could protect himself as well. Was able to save himself in that disaster and takes a kill as well, turning off that turret. Iju is gonna go for that trade. They do know, however, that this is a B side take. PickleRick has the choice to use the lockdown, and it's still equalized to a 4 versus 4 take. Note that the Reyna is low on health, so unless he gets a kill, this could still be an advantageous phase for Team Nova Sphinx. They're still making sprays here, detecting multiple shots, but Pixel and ZRL goes for that crossfire, will be flashing through. That's gonna be a
Enemy remaining.
whiff. Iju for the trade. PickleRick will be taking Iju down in the process. That's gonna be a nice pull there coming in from the Astra for On Baby and PickleRick to clean it up. So a 6-2 now. They're slowly running away from these scores, but we have seen it on the previous matchup that we've had that at one half that this team is advantageous, and then the other half it kind of like turns the table around. So let's see if this is going to be a similar scenario for both of our teams, or will it be a bit of a one-sided, at least for Team Nova Sphinx in this current lineup or this current matchup.
So now, with the standstill here, my goodness, Jello still catches it before the dash even takes effect. And that will be once more an early advantage. The way they've been taking the A side, pushing 3 players down to A main to find those kills, and then just backing away after that and taking the rest of the control around the site has been working out really well. Missed shot there from Jello though, could be costly. 2 versus 2 and a couple of missed sprays, but Pickle doesn't matter. 3 bursts, 2 kills. And a salvaged operator as well. So 7-2, and our defense is doing a very good job.
I mean, it's expected from TNS, to be honest, since we have seen them from the previous weeks, and they have their highlights and they do have their moment of plays, but right now it's as if they are just capitalizing with the momentum they have, and I do expect that they will be winning this round once again. The fact that Maximum Disrespect goes for the save, plus their aim duels are quite going in their favor at the moment, so it's just safe to say that they can win this out. Look at that. ZRL was able to isolate the fight, uses the swarm grenades in towards entry, destroys the wall, spots at fillings, and that's also another information as well. That's gonna be a flash in, denies the spike plant. It's gonna be another, knowing that there's one from Wines. That's going to be a little bit of a whiff for them, and still gets the job done. ZRL for the 3K. This time our defenders, despite being on the defensive side, is actually being aggressive against Maximum Disrespect.
We may see another game with a long comeback if MD don't get at least 3 or 4 rounds. With an 8-2, 8-3 and 8-4, you can come back on that pistol round, and you can practically make that comeback on ascent simply because the defense can be so strong. However, 10-2, if you lose that pistol, you're just done for. We have seen a team go from, a 10-2 lead into an 11-13 loss because they managed to find 2 wins on their attacker side. So that is something to keep in mind as well. With all the suppressions, bit of team damage done as well. But a spray down is going to find every single entrance making its way in. ZRL even removes any potential utility from being used. All they can do is rely on their aim. A couple of missed shots there from RKO. The 2 versus 4 and what looks like a 9th round.
Still expected though. Again, better weaponry. That's gonna be a crossfire. They still don't know that Toothless is from above. That's gonna be a sheriff there, but still Pixel with the jump shot was able to get things done. 9-2 into our scoreline this time. Team Nova Sphinx has been basically having some momentum in their sides, and looks like a bit of a change coming in from Maximum Disrespect. May try to attempt another B take here, or I haven't seen them at least utilize the mid side of the map. It looks like they're really sticking towards A here, but have yet to have a counter to how Team Nova Sphinx defends the said side.
Get out of my way!
Of course, utility being used so early on. We've already had 2 kills, and we're only like a minute and 20 seconds in. Both flashes destroyed. Those are the only flashes they have. And Baby actually gets a surprising triple kill there, and 2 headshots. One of them was by accident. Pickle Rick finding Ling Ling in mid, and fast half here, 10-2. Team Nova Sphinx, they've been improving every single week that they've been playing here. They've joined every single time. If there was some kind of loyalty reward, these guys would absolutely win it, because Team Nova Sphinx have been coming back again and again. And here they are once more, and they look like they're ready to get into the 4th round, as if they win a pistol round here, that should spell the end for Max Disrespect.
Indeed. I mean, this is already the next half, and for Maximum Disrespect, they have to win this. It's like an all or nothing situation, because even if it's just the 10th point for Team Nova Sphinx, it's going to basically affect their economy on the next round if they do lose this one out. So look at them. Team Nova Sphinx just going in towards mid. The mid that was not used by Maximum Disrespect. Unfortunately, that's gonna be a quick dash in to evade that shock dart. Fillings, however, is detecting a lot of presence towards this. But look at that, the smoke. He just capitalized it into his favor. That's gonna be another tap right. That's gonna be a dash in, and that's a flawless 4K for Jello No Cap in towards their 11th point. And it's quite unfortunate for Maximum Disrespect, because right now they have to save for this round if at least they want, you know, better gun for the next one. But looking at that earlier, it's as if that they are forcing it. But look at this replay right here, as you know, one of the winning rounds for Jello gets those taps done with the help of the smoke, and of course to end it all up as well with the help of the crossfires of his teammates, just so it can add, you know, imposing threat against them. So right now it's really looking pretty good for TNS. It looks like it's as if they're ready to actually win this, you know, final week of the Harbingers tournament.
Would be a nice story. Team Nova Sphinx falling victim to 3rd rounds, 2nd rounds, 1st rounds, slowly getting better every week until they can find their first win. Would be great for them, but they've already worked so hard up to this point that they can already be proud of themselves, I believe. Slow push into the B site, which has been vacated after all the noise being made here by Sova. And, well, the Sova on the other side is going to confirm that they are going to start pushing into this B site.
This is where we get to see the difference of how they take the sites. Look at how separated they are whenever they try to take the site. So they just created presence for A, but actually baits that said presence out so that they can capitalize on B site, which was technically a free take. And you know what, just like that, you know, 3 already peaks from B long, and Jello No Cap really popping off for his team, takes 3 for another flawless round. And with that, just a quick pace, it's already match point. And Maximum Disrespect, if they are able to win this fight, every single round counts. And here, for this match point, they are still eyeing out for B site. And seeing how Maximum Disrespect is placed in here, they're quite separated. Jello, however, still is utilizing the sheriff that they have for the previous one. This is basically like their bonus round, to say the least. Loving how Maximum Disrespect isn't really too aggressive this time, but they also have to be very cautious because Jello, when given the opportunity to have that space, will definitely enter the site, which is what we're seeing right now. That's going to be detected toothless right there, and On Baby just goes for the push. I think they already know that the Sova's here because of that drone. So the marketplace is going to be destroyed. That's going to be a smoke. Jello's initial plan here is to reposition himself. But look at that. That's going to be a suppressed skills there. Fillings will take Pixel down. He does seem to have these presents in towards market. Let's see if it goes in their way. They've managed to plant down the spike. That's going to be a quick peek. They can just go for the double peek for this Chewy, and Ling Ling takes one. Chewy's over the 2K, but ZRL is going to dwindle it all to a 1v1. Both are quite healthy. ZRL does have 78 HP. He can go for the Vandal, but you know what? Oh, the quick turnaround for ZRL. Could this be it? Indeed! And with that, from the behind, ZRL takes 3, and it's going to be a 13-2, a one-sided fight. Team Nova Sphinx advances to our brackets.
Yeah, well, you could see how completely in control of that situation he was, immediately pulling out his knife because he wanted that little speed. Extra speed just to get that flank going. What, 13-2? If you start strong, it always gets more and more one-sided as the day goes on because it means the strongest teams have beat the strongest teams. And well, it means a couple of teams slipped by that perhaps should have been out in that first round. But regardless, Jello 20 kills, 9 deaths, N Baby 18 and 7. Really good performance from these guys in Team Nova Sphinx, and I'm excited to see what happens for them next going into the next round in the brackets. But we do have one more round for today, and tomorrow we have the semi-finals and the grand finals. So we do have that one game coming up, and do we have more giveaways for now?
Yes, we do. And no, I'm not lying to you. Are you saying I'm a liar? No, I'm not
I'm a liar.
Anyway, these are the other 2 lucky winners for the Oris shirts. So we do have Mark Driven, Jay Kidawan, and Al Francis. So there you go. Both of you guys go ahead and DM the page for you to claim your prize. And of course, it may take some time, but it will get to you. So we will be having our last, if I'm not mistaken, last featured match of the day in a bit. But for now, we are going to get ourselves a quick break. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reaction actually reflects in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reaction actually reflects in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click on or on Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament brought to you by Oris, PCWORX, Fulcrum, and of course NVIDIA. And we're into our fourth and final match of the day. Let's get a quick look at the brackets to see how we got to these top 4 teams that have, well, the top 8 teams that have gotten into these final stages. And so here's the bracket. And yeah, you can see Team Nova Sphinx, they've moved up the head and they are into the semi-finals. Amethyverse as well. The semi-finals, and Outplay Uprising versus Coup de Grace is going to be our next name. Some familiar names in Outplay Uprising, of course. We have seen Outplay before. It's Psycho, Kuyayawi, Daniel, Sanaol, and Javi Simple. And they'll be going up against Coup de Grace, who we saw earlier have a hard-fought win and a huge comeback against, some other teams. So Coup de Grace back on Icebox, and, well, they have something to prove here because Kuyayawi's team, they may not be the best, but they certainly are ahead of the rest. And it is going to be a difficult trial ahead, as it looks like they're ready to jump into the game. And so the Asian pick will be coming up in just a moment. But just going head-to-head, comparing these names and what we've seen so far from both these teams, you can always rely on Kuyayawi and Javi Simple to do some amazing plays and have some huge impact. And I think we may have another close game here. It all depends on if Coup de Grace can match up the potential that's coming out of Outplay.
Definitely. I mean, at this point, we've seen both of our teams really battle it out from the previous weeks that we've had, and it's really up to this point. I'm not even going to question if we're going to see a similar mirror fight. That's going to be usually having the composition of Viper, Sova, maybe the likes of Jet and Sage, because those are your usual go-tos, and the other can be a bit of an extra. It's going to be Killjoy. Not going to be surprised if it's going to be Mirror One as well. So yeah, looks like, oh no, actually not. They will be having a double duelist for the side of Team Nova Sphinx. Oh no, actually Coup de Grace, rather. With Reyna and the Jet having it more. Although, at least in my opinion, I think a suitable Sentinel would have done for it. But in terms of their team compositions, I do have the opinion of maybe they will try to have a bit of an aggressive play here, since they do have 2 duelists to work with. So it's safe to say that one can either go for the entry and one can just go for the refrag, and the other teammates can either just go and place their utilities set if ever they are going to go for either post plants or retakes. But that will depend on how they execute, once again, the usage of their utilities, because that's only one agent that's different. So there's not much of a difference in terms of what skill set these team has. And you did mention earlier that both have already their fair share of experiences throughout this scene. So yeah, like you, I am expecting a closer fight, and we'll just have to see how both of these teams really play it out. We're going to start it off with Outplay Uprising with their attackers, and we've seen it last week, if I'm not mistaken, that they are really aggressive in terms of their attacking side. They, at least in the first half, they didn't really have much of a technical gameplay all throughout, because they've been just winning their aim duels and as well as just taking C's of a certain site because of their refrag capabilities. So let's see if that as well is going to reflect here, but right now I'm kind of seeing them really scattered in the map, so they kind of want to monopolize or take control of these said sites before they really commit into the plant. So Kuyayawi already spots out that gun by Chase and will be taking that first blood towards Kitchen.
Looks like they are going to be splitting towards that B side. And Kuyayawi may catch the timing here, and he does spot one, but able to secure a kill. You can see attempted wall bangs, doesn't do any damage. It's interesting to see the fact that starting off on the defender side with 2 duelists, starting off on the attacker side with 2 sentinels, it's opposite day, but they got the spike down, and now it is a 4 versus 3, and post plants, they should be better for this team, considering the utility that they have available to them. Ice Wall goes up, and it is going to dissuade them for a second, but that Ice Wall is such a difficult thing to play against. This is why you need a Sage in a Sage versus Sage game. And they are still going to win it out. They managed to get him off the defuse, and it will be the first round, but it cost them quite a lot of HP. And that won't be such a problem once they have the rifles, because you can clear those Ice Walls no problem.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's you know, like at least for now. Oh, am I looking at the names right here? It's outplay with the attackers, right? Or am I?
It's outplay on the attacker side.
Okay. So I got it right. All right. So so because I'm going to have to brush everything that I see. If that weren't the case. So I was just looking at those names. So it started off, Boogie will be taking that Marshall kill, taking Poppy Daniel down, but that's going to be a push from Koyawi, but Enix still gets that Sheriff kill. Enix earlier was if I'm mistaken, he was a Raze earlier, but towards our last game. But right now he's going to be as Reyna, so Psycho is going to heal his friend. He should be seeing someone from Raptors, but interesting enough, it's not going to be the case. Chase is going to phase him in the process. Ice, though, with that. Javi, however, will be taking 3, forcing it to a 1v1. He did not fake that defuse, and that's a beautiful clutch by Javi.
You don't even have to go that far, though, considering how much they had to invest into that round, and now how much they're going to have to invest in this round to fight back against the buy coming in from CDG. That does look good for CDG. That is a very good defense. Again, we saw these huge defender sides and these huge comebacks once the sides were switched, but already off to a good start for Outplay on their attacker side. Let's see what more they can do here to extend their lead, or if this is going to start being the CDG game.
And here, again, another attempt for Koyawi to go for the push, but that's going to be Intel here. He spots out one from Nest, but Boogie still wins the fight. Enix as well to follow up, taking Psycho down, or Psycho, or whatever I want to pronounce it. So Poppy Daniel here will not actually take the drone down, and is also going to be detected, so they're kind of like forced in a position wherein they have to rotate. But look at how Enix is also holding their ground towards A, already denying an entry, whips a bit, but Boogie has his back, and it all dwindles down to a 1 versus 4. Enix here is gonna go a bit on full aggression. I think if one of them spots him out, that's just gonna be Intel, but Chase from the outside actually takes Javi down from Belt, and that's going to be their point now from Coup de Grace. Coup de Grace. Am I right? Coup de Grace. Coup de Grace. Coup de Grace.
Like, what's the P for? You know, what are all these silent letters? France?
P is for the pom-poms, for the supporters used to cheer them.
Pom de grace.
The pom de grace. Let's go. I mean, I'm not wrong. They have supporters, right? So they need pom-poms for that. But right now, there's a different tactic that they are going to have in mind right here. Dizzy has to be very careful. He's quite outnumbered as I say that. Sicko actually gets the Sheriff kill. Ice, however, will be taking a trade, taking Sana all down. And here we do see, ooh, that's a bit of a mishap from the slow orb back there. Boogie takes one. That's going to be another take there from the flank. Takes Poppy Daniel down. The spike is planted, however, so Ice will be taken down by Koyawi with the Stinger. Chase will be trading him off in the process, dwindling it to a 3 versus 2. OE uprising, a bit of an aggressive here, I would say. Their playstyles is quite off right now, but Enix still was able to refrag Chase down when he was taken down by Javi, and it ties up the scoreboard right now. And as we've expected, Jaeger, this is more of a close fight now between the two teams.
Even things out, and I mean, it does speak volumes that this is their defense, and the defender side has been really good for almost every team we've seen up to this point. So the best case scenario here is CDG. They secure as many rounds as they can on this defender side. So once they switch that attacker side, it'll just take them a pistol round to close things out. Otherwise, I have no doubt in my mind that Koyaoi's team can put up a great defense against CDG.
And here.
Oh!
Okay. That is, I think, a bit of a mishap for both teams. Not realizing their presence right there, but it's still no casualties just yet. Oh, you know, as I say that, I jinx it. DDJ will take Sana all down to a Yaoi for a 2 from Raptors. Make it a 3! No, not really learning from their mistakes back there. And 2 versus 4 is quite an easy... This should be a winnable fight now for Outplay. And Poppy Daniel, as expected, will be taking Enix down to with their 3rd point right here. I'm still a bit confused about the name. I have to remember, Outplays the attackers, Coup de Grace is the defenders for this first half. Okay. Help me remember, Jaeger. Help me remember.
Pom de grass.
Coup pom-poms. It's not an insult, it's actually a support, you know?
Yo, petition for the next Harbinger series. We have Zayora wearing a cheerleader outfit with pom-poms.
Oi! I mean, if it's sponsored. And, okay, here, so... This time they kind of like took a different course of action. Actually just going on full towards B-Long here. But Ice with that spray of the Sheriff in... Oh, not spray, what? Tap of the Sheriff. Ooh, I think he kind of like stood there. Not really the best scenario, but Kuya and Papi Daniel also did their part. Dwindling at everything to a 2 versus now 1. Spike's gonna be planted right here, and Enix spots out Javi. Now this could just go for some double peaks or triple peaks by the team, and Koyawi ends it with the 3, getting their 4th point now. This is so far looking good for Outplay at the moment, and it's really quite expected from them because their aggressive playstyles is a notable factor for this team.
Magala, what does that mean?
What?
What does Magalaw mean?
Magalaw? Di
Yeah.
magalaw. Di magalaw means it
Oh,
can't
sorry.
move.
Makagalaw.
Or cannot move.
Okay.
Why?
Someone cannot move, so they called for a pause.
Mm,
P10, di makagalaw.
Ah, okay. So now at least you've learned a Filipino phrase right now. I am teacher. I'm kidding. Di makagalaw means can't move. How about you? Can you move?
I can move.
Can you galaw?
Pwede ako makagalaw.
Oh, no, no. If you're gonna say that you can move, nakakagalaw ako.
Nakakagalaw ako.
Yes. This is like a low key off topic.
Loki.
Like a
Well.
low key off topic, you know, from Valorant to teaching Filipino 101 real quick. Well, right now, again, do you since we're already at the topic at hand, we do notice the prowess of the aggression that's coming in from Outplay uprising. What do you think who DeGrasse has to do to actually, really counter that out? Because so far, even if they go on full retake, they're just being annihilated by the members of Outplay, and they can only go so far as to that. So what do you think can be the better play for Coup de Grace here?
Ice Wall needs to go up after the spike has gone down and not before. They need to be able to, because that's twice now I've seen that Ice Wall go up. It seems like some kind of preemptive thing to I guess allow time for a rotate, but you could achieve the same thing with visual confirmation and slow orbs, or with a Sova Recon bolt and slow orbs. That Ice Wall is necessary in these Sage versus Sage games on Icebox. So, yeah, there are some there's some adjustments that need to be made to this defense that not only allow for the rotate and the retake, but also just to slow down momentum. And if they want to secure a couple more kills, we do see this on occasion push forward and try and get an early kill from underneath belt or when you push towards main and then just back away. Because just having that one-man advantage becomes such a big thing when it comes time for the retakes.
Indeed, and of course, right now we are going to resume our game since I do assume that things are already up and running. I should have heard that dash right there coming from Kueyawi, placing that toxins to just try and delay the further pushes. Both of the walls of the Viper are up and running in towards B. Dizzy does have the rest to work with, but of course he has to survive if he would like that to happen. So they're quite
You should
clouded
run.
in B long right here, which is, to me, in my opinion, is quite difficult because look at the flanking Anix in the process. In the map, they should see this, but I don't think he's going to go towards B long. It's going to be a Viper.
Why? What the?
Oh, they are the Taints. This could be a push by Javi right now, but you know what? The discipline. The discipline is there! And Javi takes one down. Dizzy will be healing Boogie as well. That's going to be an attempt to go for the wall bang, but this is the spike. Hasn't been planted just yet. They can go for the rotate, but they only have 30 seconds to work with in here. And ooh, that's gonna be a toxic. That's gonna be a spike plant. The wall is gonna be
30 seconds
destroyed. The
left.
plant is not yet stuck. Not yet plant. The spike is not yet planted. There you go. But Sahabi and Sana all still takes some kills in the process. Dizzy goes for the push, but Kueyawi for the trade, and only Enix to work with in here. They can go for the crossfire, but Kueyawi only has a slimmer of health to work with,
10
and
seconds
2 versus 1 now. Enix can work this through, but not letting his guard down. Enix goes for the clutch.
That was a very, very long exchange of bullets, and
Indeed.
they do come out on top. Well played, coup de grace. I mean, it comes down to that 2 versus 1, and they weren't playing the right positions. That could have definitely gone the way of outplay, but they still backed the chance for themselves. That was an opportunity, and they grabbed it. So that's very important for outplay. They still have the money as well. They've been doing a good job so far, and keeping the scoreline close. That'll be good for CDG as well. Kueyawi, he's pushed straight into mid, and I don't think they'll be expecting this push to come in. Not at all, as that's the first kill. Spots the player on top of the screen, misses the right click, and Psycho's going to get the refrag, but that is going to be the A site cracked open.
Definitely, and
Spike
Dizzy and
down
Enix
A.
will be taking their kills as well, equalizing the board to 3. Now a 2 versus 2 for both sides as they get their trades respectively. Here we do see Sicko watching Rafters, but will be he spot out Dizzy? No, Dizzy actually takes advantage of the timing, and Sana all being the only member alive may spot or may hear out Ice here. He should be able to get him off guard. Forces it into a 1 versus 1 now. That's gonna be a recall, or 2 versus 1 now. That's a huge info, but he whips it out, and Dizzy was able to take 3 and now equalizes the board. It's very much near. It's a near fight for both sides, and one has yet to dictate the momentum.
Just back and forth it goes, and still investments in this round. They're not afraid to keep buying up here. We got an ult ready for the attacker side Sova, which means post plants become much easier. But Reyna, who's been doing a very good job so far, does have an ult available as well. So Aeonix going to be a big barrier to entry for this A site. Let's see if Outplay can once again force their way in and make it stick, because it doesn't look like that to start things off, with Aeonix finding that initial headshot to Kueyawi. Psycho entry as a Sage. That is a battle Sage if you ever see one, as there's the double kill on the entry. He flicks to his teammate, a moment of confusion there perhaps, and Chase does shut him down, but 3 versus 3, and just taking his time before going for the plant, but Oh, he had no one covering him, and that is a big mistake from the rest of his teammates. No one covering the plant. That's a problem for Silvers, not for your level. There's the first, 70 HP remaining. Out goes the poison, and that is going to miss its mark. Horrible for only a second, but doesn't matter because Dizzy has secured them a lead back in favor.
Dizzy has been the one doing the works for his team right here, but you know what, if it works for them, then it's basically a good defeat for them. They were able to turn the tables around at least by 1 point, but Outplay Uprising, knowing them, I think they won't be able, they should not be able to fall for the same tricks twice. So right now I think they are going to be a bit more cautious once they enter the site, because it's starting to be a bit more predictable, at least for the side of coup de grace. So they want to really still have that surprising factor. And right now Koyawi, I think, should be able to tell that that bullet shot was from an elevated area, so he should be looking upwards whenever he tries to enter here, as well as that drone. That's going to be a leer. We'll be spotting on Enix, taking him off guard, but Dizzy is going to be with his back in for the trade. 4 versus 3 now, as Sicko takes one. Chase does know that one is here. That's gonna be a quick swarm grenade. We'll be destroying that wall. Kind of pinned down right here. Ice with the toxin and the shot takes 2 down. Dizzy again with the kill of his own with the 3k here with great positioning. Was able to get their 6th point for their team. Outplay Uprising slightly getting a tone down in their performance here. Of course, the aggression is there, but the fact that Dizzy has been really good with his aim here, and you know, knowing how to place himself in a favorable position is also one of the good things. And notice how Ice's utilities force the members of Outplay to reposition, but in the crosshair of Dizzy J. So with that being said, they have to be very a bit more at least the usual play style that they did into the first 4 rounds that they have won. Because right now, Coup de Grace is finding their counters. You know, they're like BDO. You know, that bank. They find ways, and now they're finding ways how to you know, how to counter them out.
Oh, you're saying Black Desert Online. Whoops. BDO.
No, I referred to the bank. I just said bank, bro.
It's just like BDO.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, he confirms the kill. There isn't a res onto Aeonix, but still taking that fight very risky. But Papi Daniel the double kill in response to 2 versus 4. And this defense always getting shut down because Ice is on a flank. Koyawi is going to find Dizzy in response, and 1 versus 1. Why peek by yourself? Heavy Simple though will win it out. Luckily for Koyawi, who should not have peeked that by himself. Perhaps he was just feeling the momentum. But 6 and 5, they can turn this into an even half.
I mean, that's your goal at the end of the day, right? To, like, if not really get a one-sided fight in the first half, might as well reset it so that you can bounce back onto the next. And that's the objective now for the side of Coup de Grace. But although if Outplay Uprising, there you go. But if Coup de Grace were to get it as a 7-5, still quite viable for the side of Outplay. It's just that that kind of scoreline not just give your members quite a morale boost, but also at least some space, or at least 2 rounds that they can give away if ever it is if mishaps would happen, mispositionings would happen across their end. So right now we're gonna have another technical pause right here, making sure that things are going to be optimized and ready for this round.
Got a couple of tech problems today, but it has been pretty much a smooth day.
Don't jinx it. I told you time and time again, bruh.
I mean, it can't get any worse for me, at least.
Oi, don't say that. Things will be better.
Guardian, a judge, interesting way to enter a site.
Mm-hmm. Well, unfortunately for me, I can't see it, right? So, why don't you give us a quick gist, right, on how Outplay can balance out the scoreboards here?
Aonix has disconnected, and they have Dizzy on a sheriff and half armor for this last round. Aonix can either buy armor and hope that he gets a kill to restore his HP, or he buys half armor, full armor, goes for a bulldog or a guardian. And then on the other side, you've got 2 guardians and a judge for Outplay Esports, and we're not sure where they want to go. They have it set up for Sova in the B site. They have Dizzy with that sheriff behind Kitchen and in Boiler, and then the other 2 sitting in A. And Reyna's obviously disconnected. Actually, Boogie is now disconnected as well. I wonder if they're suffering a loss and just trying to get back into it. But yeah, it's a lot of half armor for Coup de Grace, and it's not great. Like, they want to have a little bit more than what they have available, and losing that last round really has damaged their economy. So Outplay, they may have an easier time of getting that 6-6. What I'm more curious about is how the second half pistol goes, because we've seen some great attacker sides. Outplay have the perfect team for a defender side because they do have that Killjoy in tow as well. So this could be difficult for CDG when it comes to entry, especially because they are lacking hugely in the flash department. They only have 2 flashes on Reyna. No one else has any flashes to provide whatsoever. It could prove to be a problem for this for these entries. And knowing that it's Kuyawi's team on that defense, they know how to set crossfires. They know how to. We've seen their post plants. Their post plants have been really strong. They always end up losing to that 1 versus 1. But if you can't even get that spike down, well, that's another story entirely, because that's time against you as well. So high expectations for Outplay going into the second half. But Coup de Grace, they've done a great job getting this far and having the lead going into this final round of the first half as well.
I would definitely agree with you in terms of that. What you mentioned in for Coup de Grace, it really damaged their economy. So they really have to win their aim duels here. So far, at least let's look at it at the bright side. Dizzy J is really popping off for the team, and if this is interesting for both of the sages of the team, because they're the ones who's been really creating the space for them. But right now, I think it's not. It's a good thing, but I don't think they should highly rely onto them alone. So at least for the situation of Coup de Grace, they have to really what do you call this? They really have to try to go it into a strategic way on how to catch the members of Outplay uprising off guard, especially because of this unfiltered aggression that's coming in from them. So it's going to take them at least an amount of time, or at least try to catch by surprise in a manner we're in terms of mispositioning, or maybe force out some utilities. Maybe they can push through afterwards. But right now, this is quite interesting. At least when we are looking at the minimap, Outplay does have their eyes out for a site once more, because this is their winning site per se. If that were to make sense as easy as possible. So right now,
Get out of my way!
both slow orbs from both sages are deployed here. It's going to be the Viper's Pit for the Viper.
You should run.
To the grass. Ice will be taking Sicko down. Uses the toxins and reposition thereafter. Kuyawi takes 1 Enix for the trade. Kuyawi takes 2 for all the more space. This is going to be the lockdown to be placed as well, and Javi's own Viper's Pit here to try and really secure this next round. So right now, DC Chase waiting for the right time in Raptor, sprays in towards the Viper's Pit once more. Sana All uses some shock darts. Chase here uses the recon bomb to protect anyone that's going to be destroyed. Javi will be double peaked And with that being said, Dizzy J and Boogie from the behinds was able to clean up through and gets 7-5.
Switching sides.
It's well played. They don't give the tie even a look in, but now very important pistol round. Can they continue with their lead, or will Outplay be the ones to start this comeback on the defender side? I feel like that is going to be the case. We've just had so many strong defender sides. Unless they are just a terrible defense, this should be Kuyawi's team doing a good job. But well, it's not for me to say, it's for CDG to prove, and it looks like they want to go towards the B side. They do have Reyna looking down mid. Perhaps they go for the split to B. Could make things difficult for Psycho and Koyayawi, who, I mean, Ice Wall can cover off one side. You can have a couple of those momentary smokes from the Jet, but they're not exactly what you need. And that wall's gone up in A, but it doesn't look like they want to push down mid. It looks like they want to back away and perhaps decide on another position. They are being very careful about picking their targets.
I've dropped the spike. I have the spike.
Indeed. I mean, of course you would want to proceed with caution right here as they try to, you know, get a hold of the side. So Sicko will start off that first split, taking Boogie down towards B long, which is good because I think Koyawi was also there as well to, you know,
Last player standing.
Oh!
Poppy Daniel with the 3 beautiful Colat from mid. Makes you question why they're aligned like that, but you know what? It works for Poppy Daniel, and it works wonders for his team as well. So that's gonna be a rush by Sicko. The Chase gets that right click, a bit of a whiff there, and Kuyawi ends it 7-6 scoreline, keeping it as close as possible to our scorelines here. But Poppy Daniel really became that pacemaker for that round for his team.
That is kind of what I expected, but not quite in that fashion, because quite an amazing play from the Killjoy in that scenario. Happy Daniel doing a good job given the position he was in. And now just straight up hit towards the A side. All 5 players in here. Shay's made a little bit of noise, and that activates all of the utility for our defender side.
Exactly. So right now, we see Phoenix here trying to capitalize these smokes, but do take note that his armor is going to decay over time. This is the rope instead to reposition and the Leer to block vision, but the drone sees him, spots out Sicko. Beautiful Sheriff going to be inflicting some damage in the process. Will try to wallbang from rafters. Kuyayawi from the behind, however, takes 2 down, 3 versus 4. Kuyayawi breaks the wall for his team, spots out 1, or make it 2 rather, from Nest and Sight. Poppy Daniel takes 1 happy as well, and to push it all out, Kuyayawi takes 3 as he takes down Enix with the help of that, you know, wall as well from the Viper, because that wall is up, Enix tend to have that impression that at least they kind of repositioned in a more stealthier approach. But Kuyayawi, in that process, kind of just pushed it and really went for the best into spraying him down. And that is like one of the off-guard moments that I was actually expecting to happen at any time. So right now 7-7, our board is equal in terms of scores. We do see that Enix will be taking some hit. Chase spots out Sicko, and Ice will go for the push. 4 versus 5 now. Coup de Grace doing a great job in trying to capitalize their presence in B. Dizzy as well takes 1 for Javi to only trade with the Sheriff. So now the spike's going to be planted. Enix does anticipate 1 under 2, spots out 1, will be whipping it out, and Javi will take the kill instead, but they might not expect Boogie under me remaining. Chase takes 1 as well for the team. Boogie cleans it all up by taking Javi down under tubes as expected. 8-7, this is quite an interesting feat. It's basically safe to say that it's a close fight for both sides of the team. They do have their own tactics to work with, and their game sense is phenomenal too.
You know, winning a bonus round, it makes sense. You got the better. I mean, yeah, you got the better weaponry in that situation, and you generally want to save as much as you can. And now this is going to be a little more telling. Although we still have a couple of Spectres, they are going to try again for that pure aggression, and it's going to be onto Koyawi's team to take advantage of their superior weaponry in this situation. Well, the space they make for themselves, very good entries, but, well, an even better defense as Javi Simple and Sanatol shut down Aeonix and Ice. Dizzy goes down as well. Every single one of these smokes disappears, and every single one of them falls as Psycho and Papi Daniel shut them down 8-8. Almost a flawless round there. Side of Outplay.
This is an ongoing rally at this point for both sides of the team, and not one wanting to go down without a fight. So it's still anyone's game at this point in time. This time we do see Outplay with a better economy, and coup de grace once more utilizing the Sheriff. We did see some thrifty highlights from their team, so let's see if it's going to shed in some light here, or maybe it's just outplaying them in the best way that they can.
Nice fall up, and that's going to be a spike going down. And down it goes. And so now, setting up the post plants, you know how it is. They do what they do. Also, hello to Sir Christian, who said hello to us.
Hello.
Always nice to have Christian behind the reins. Normally, we have another director, but Sir Christian has graced us with their presence. You have a supreme director for today. Full retake from Outplay, and that is going to be the defuse coming in as well, as it was an eco round for coup de grace. Now they'll have the weapons they need, and let's see if they can steal away this one. AWP operator comes up for Koyawi, and he's going to be situated over in the B site to watch down the potential pushes coming from long, and everyone else. Well, they seem to be fine with holding the site straight up or just going for retakes. Either strat works for them, and that could be very difficult to play against when you're on the attacker side.
Exactly. And right now, I'm just really seeing Outplay Rising winning their games, not just because of aim duels, but their literal positioning. And look at this, Papi Daniel, Sika, and Koyawi take consecutive kills for themselves, and double peeking is also a huge factor for them. And the reason why sometimes we kind of have like those moments of silence, it's because it's just too fast-paced to see. And sometimes it kind of speaks for itself. That's why sometimes you kind of like see these moments of letting these plays speak for themselves. So that's going to be a timeout for CDG Ice, which is quite your go-to, especially you want to try to deny any amount of momentum that can come from your opposing team, which is a good feat for them. It's also time to like give them a chance to like relax a bit, try to get all those maybe potential pressure jitters away and really go focus on the games.
Rounds the advantage, and I feel like it's just going to continue on because this defense, they have all the information they need from two fronts. They have all of the defenses and the smokes they need, and Koyawi has been hitting some amazing shots as well, and it's always the one that you can rely on. You can see it right now, 23 kills for Koyawi and 12 deaths, nearly a 2.0 KD, and Javi Simple as well. We're putting up the numbers. Sanatol He seems to be a new addition to the team from Team Asgard, I think. He's currently on 8 and 13. And, I mean, there's assists across the board as well coming from them. The kills don't even compare on the other side. The closest they have is Dizzy up on 16 kills.
Okay, so right now Kuyawi is in good position, but actually misses the shot. As I said, it took quite. I mean, I'm jinxing myself over time here. But right now, at least Kuyawi does have information that there are multiple people in the said vicinity. So right now, he just has to be very careful. Imagine really walking very closely with an operator at any time. He can be double or even triple. That's gonna be a drone. He's gonna dash away because he was detected. So now Sana is also gonna do the same thing. Of course, for his team as well, so that they can get a better picture of where their location is going to be. Ice here is quite still careful and getting in towards this 5-first pit. Actually placing this 5-first pit. Seeing that updraft will be spotting out. Dizzy J misses the shot for Kuyawi. Happy Simple Sickle takes two respectively. Kuyawi as well getting that redemption shot from Belt and Sicko to end this round. It's gonna be 8 to 11. Looks like Outplay was able to set their footing this time and is now leading the board.
It's match point coming up as well.
Match point coming up as well, and at least there's nothing really much to say at this point because
Been so default from them. Both these teams have been playing the game incredibly default. Like, if you want to look in depth to it, it's been smokes have gone up and they've just stood their ground, and every single time there's an opening, they've been taking the fights. In that particular situation, Ice waits for that smoke to pop. Actually, he removes the pop smoke himself and uses the information from the drone to secure that kill. Psycho, oh, misses the timing there, but he can just get shut down and spawn regardless. He's actually going to go up towards heaven. Nope, Happy Simple going to shut him down, and he was expecting the flank as well. And just one by one, they are shutting down each of these players. Chase secures one kill, but cannot secure the other. The recon bolt is going to reveal the position of Happy Simple. Dizzy spots ahead, shuts him down. 2 versus 1. Psycho, great shot. And no Hunter's Fury available. 6 bullets remaining and unable to get the kill. Chase, good job in the post plant, finding that kill. And I mean, there was very little time left for it regardless. So good job there. Finally, CDG getting another attacker side round, but it took them 4 rounds to find that. And there's still so much money left for the side of Outplay.
I mean, they would want to place themselves in a position wherein they're going to equalize the scores and as well as getting these plays on point. But actually, that was also a good, as you mentioned, good job by Coup de Grace to not just prolong the game, but also with the timing, really went into their favor right now. So the drone is highly going to detect where Javi is. May not be by track, but of course by sight. So now Outplay has an idea that, oh, okay, they may be going towards B inside. Beautiful shock dart here, denying that toxin by Javi. It seems he's quite pinned down in a corner. No choice. Phoenix as well takes away to Aeli, who's supposedly the opper for the team. Hunter's Fury. And not going to hit anyone, to say the least. It's going to be a slight plan. But Chase is also there to have it covered. And Phoenix knows someone's in under 2. Be spotting out Puppy Daniel. And they, just like that, manages to pop off, getting that 10th point there. And a flawless round as well. You did mention it is a high climb, but they're really soaring it through and through just so that they can have a closer matchup.
Strange defense as well. Heavy Simple putting himself in the worst position you could on the back of yellow. It's unless you have movement abilities like the jet and so on, you're not really going to be capitalizing on that position. And so, yeah, a couple of misplays here and there, slow responses to the player carrying the AWP. But a good job from CDG as they head back towards the A site, which so far hasn't been so successful.
Enemy tag.
Indeed. So again, Enix takes Javi down. Alley.
Oh.
Ooh, that could have been a Colat there. But right now, you know, he was able to get back on his knees and got ice as well in the process. You do see someone from Nest, so that's also information. Ooh, Boogie was able to spot out Sana all. 2 versus 3, not your best bet here for outplay, at least. At least for coup de grace rather. And right now, I still thought that the names were interchanged. I'm so sorry. Well, right now, Sicko getting his patience done here, but Chase still wins the fight. Equalizing the board now. Puppy Daniel makes it into.
Standing.
I was about to say 2v1, but now it's a 1v1 because Chase has been doing well and anticipates Kuyawi from Rafters, takes 3, and just like that, they were able to close in the fight once again. This is still anyone's game, and at the end of the day, this is actually a good game to end for both sides because they are really fighting their all at this point.
It damaged the economy so much on the side of Outplay that finally they are down to these Vandals and these Judges, and even if Outplay win this round, a couple of them really won't have the money to buy properly in the next. They need to make sure they keep as many players alive as possible. Psycho hiding in this corner. He may get checked. The drone doesn't check him. Out comes the blind. He does get spotted. He gets checked. Aeonix, good idea to check that regardless of what the drone has seen. And even better from Boogie. He boosts up, secures a kill into Sanatol. And every single one of these buys have yet to find anything. And as I say that, Heavy Simple does find Aeonix. Dizzy. He's waiting for a peek to come in, but Javi is trapped in this position. And this is looking good for coup de grace.
Indeed. So far, they managed to really deplete the man alive for the side of Outplay Uprising. And now they do have the advantage of that. They're now just on the hunt for Puppy Daniel. Puppy Daniel here may choose to save or maybe get some exit frags in the process, but I think that could be the better play. But right now, Ice is just really on the hunt for blood at this point. He should be spotting Puppy Daniel, but Puppy Daniel actually spots in between, so makes it another one. So that's a bit of a consolation prize there, but you know what? The match point still goes to coup de grace.
That money is severely limited for Outplay. Sanatol doesn't have any armor. Heavy Simple, he can buy up pretty much full, and Kuyawi, he actually drops over for the Sova. So Kuyawi is going to use his ult. He's going to get an ult orb somewhere. He should have drop for him. There you go, Spectre in his hands. This is a fairly decent buy, but this could certainly go to overtime.
It's possible. Chances are, really, it's possible because of how the games are really close for both of these teams, and it's just a matter of outwitting each other or countering out each other, because you know that the comebacks for each and every team is just so surreal at this point that it's really, it's an amazing sight to see at the end of the day. And both of our teams is really, really fighting it out, not really wanting to drop the ball, or you can really tell the the aggression for both sides of the teams, whether if it's defense or offensive side. So right now, I guess for the side of Outplay, they have been quite cornered down or pinned down by the members of CDG at the moment. So maybe if they could just not really separate, but more on trying to, at least for me, at least have the man advantage first, so that they can still have the option of rotating or not. At least for this said specific round.
Watch this.
Phoenix goes for the first blood right here, spots on Kuyayawi. Well, tries to place himself in a comfortable position, but this one that is going to catch him off guard. That's going to be a slow. Boy will be putting his lockdown here, so it kind of forces out Kudugra. It's going to be destroyed, however, but from the behind, Sicko and Javi will be taking respective kills. No bullets there, but Sicko still made it. And wall banged Busy J. Chase, being the only member alive, will be spotted out. This could just go for some crossfires. He doesn't have the spike, so either way, it's quite safe. But Chase still gets one before being traded by Sicko with a 4K. And as you've mentioned, this goes for overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
No surprises here, as both these teams are fairly contested. But it's a question of who can close this out, because both these teams seem to have a problem with closing out games. It's just getting over that little lip at the very end that is that's the struggle. And so we've seen how they've played on the offensive. They've had some, I'd say Outplay had some really good attacker side rounds where they looked way too convincing. They are going to try and go for a mid play here, and it looks slightly anticipated. Sage puts a wall up inside of the tube. It's Aeonix who wants to make the damage stick, and Aeonix, he doesn't want to push this wall. He knows that the smoke is about to disappear, so he makes the space. Down it's going to go the wall. Ice waiting for the push to come in. Koyao gets shut down immediately, and that's a stalwart defense in the B side. That spike is still sitting in front of the A side. This seems to all be a ruse to pull them away as Psycho finds Aeonix. 1-for-1, they have lost one of their strongest players.
Whew, this is just this is just really getting intense for both sides of the team, and look how delayed their pushes are, or how passive both of our teams are. Not one wants to peek, at least for the scenario of CDG. They're just waiting for the peaks to happen, and for the side of Outplay, they're being cautious with each and every corner. So right
30 seconds
now,
left.
it's just basically
Scanning ahead.
it's just basically how Outplay takes control of the site. But right now it equalizes to 4 versus 4 actually. So another shock dart's gonna be placed towards the long. Ice is spraying in hopes in actually getting one in the process. That's gonna be a toxin. That's the plant is down. It's quite open at least, so denial of swarm grenades is there. Sicko gets a kill of his own. 3 versus 4. Javi Simple gets it. Sicko with the res. Poppy Daniel and Javi also gets a kill of her own of themselves. And
Switching sides.
the first
Match point.
point, at least for this overtime, is for Outplay, getting that 13. They managed to get this match point up. They could have the game.
And this could be very worrying for Coup de Grace, because there's there have been some really good defender side rounds coming from Outplay, and they've actually invested into the operator in this round as well. No armor, not a lot of utility, just having that operator down in B long. They put all their defenses on the A side, and they couple with having just Jet in B. And they've actually done the right thing here. Having all 4 inside of the A site, they're about to be able to respond and defend against everyone. And here we have the return drone. The player spotted over on the Jenny. And, well, I think you may have seen the barrel on the second floor of the tube as well. As Slow gets sent down. Aeonix doesn't want to stick around for too long because he knows the damage that can come his way.
Indeed, and I think Siko already has an idea that Enix is in towards that corner, hence the crosshair, but right now, kind of a shift there. Has to be very careful from his 6 o'clock though. It's going to be a bit difficult, but Recombo will be detecting Siko under rafters, uses the slow orb. This could be his opportunity to reposition at this point, because he may be double peaked or shock dart in the process, but surprisingly manages to, you know, not get hit. By that, and Poppy Daniel also gets a kill of his own, spots out the Sage, but Boogie has her covered. Sana all gets one Hobby for the trade. Enix will take Hobby down, but it's now into a 3 versus 2. All that's left for Outplay is just wait for the spike to plant. Sana all spots out Chase, and it's only up to Enix to get this clutch, but that's expecting a lot from Enix in towards this round. Only 14 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
There it is. Sana all going to be the one to take him down. He had to get that spike. That spike went down in the worst possible position. 14-2. A nice try, but both of these teams, they get the same amount of rounds on each half. And, I mean, what more can you do there? Kuyayao's team outplay. They did exactly what the name implies. They outplayed them at the very end. 26 kills for Javi Simple. 25 for Kuyayaoi, 24 for Psycho. 26, 25, 24. It is uniform, as a team should be. And well played to these guys. They'll be moving ahead to the semifinals tomorrow. And so we have our top 4 teams already decided for tomorrow. You guys will be seeing a graphic that shows you those 4 teams in just a moment. And of course, we will also be giving away a couple of giveaways for the people that won them. A couple of action figures from Oris. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for the winners, we would like to announce to you guys who those winners are. And the names belong to Zayor.
Okay, so the winner of the Oris action figure is R. First up, we got Raven Brielle. Congratulations to you. And Perez Kevin Timothy. Congratulations to both of you for winning these action figures. So here is the list down in towards your screens. Oh, it's so cute! It's color pink! It's so cute! Okay, for the t-shirts, again, we got Bella Carl Charm Bachelors, Jen Solito Razal, Billy Salamat, Aaron Razal, Mark Driven J, Kidawen, Al Francis, Meika Cabral, and it's Meika Cabral, hi! And Tian Simbra Cruz, there you go. And for the action figure, Jaeger, please do the honors.
Raven Brielle and Perez Kevin Timothy. Your name's in reverse. I guess it's Kevin Timothy Perez, but regardless, congratulations to all of the winners for the giveaways. Of course, we do have some more giveaways happening tomorrow as well. And of course, we have 4 amazing teams that will be fighting it out. Here they are: Team Nova Sphinx, Amethyverse, TC Rising Star, and Outplay Uprising. Some of the better teams from all the weeks that we've been having so far. And you'd better believe that tomorrow is going to be a very good day for Valorant. So there you have it. That is going to be the 4 matches that you get to watch for today. Stick around for tomorrow. If you stick around on this page for the next 24 hours, you'll get to watch the games for tomorrow. Actually, I say 24 hours, 19 hours, so around like 1 p.m.-ish. So you keep that in mind. And that is going to be 2 best 3s, the semifinals, and then the grand finals. Don't forget, this is the last week of the Harbinger tournament series. And so after this, we won't have any more, of course, until the next season. 13,000 pesos for first place, 7,000 pesos for second place. Plenty on the line for our top 4 teams going into tomorrow. And that is going to be it from us. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching the entirety of the games today. We'll be your casters again tomorrow. And so until then, please enjoy your afternoon. Look after your loved ones and your pets, please. And have a nice day and a nice life. So see you later. Goodbye and good evening.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.